And you let...
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Welcome in to Gwynn and Chris on this lovely Tuesday afternoon, 2:01 on the dial. This camera's already giving me trouble. Welcome in, as I said, Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Chris Ello will join us shortly, I believe.
Yep. He said he was on time to Reno.
He often says that.
Biggest little city in the world. I don't know if you know that.
Is that what you've been told?
I believe. Well, I think it says it on the sign.
I have been to Reno a little bit. Maybe it does say that.
I went to Reno about 3 years ago, and growing up in the Bay Area, we went to Reno all the time to go to Circus. And
They have a circus in Reno? I didn't realize that.
we went back to take my nieces. Not the same place, Tony. It
was
scary.
I had my experience at Circus in Vegas with the kids, and it was nothing like I remembered it as a
It was
kid.
so much better.
It was quite rickety.
Yeah, rickety is a word. Like, one of the games, broke while we were playing it, and it was... Yeah, I don't want to disparage Circus anymore, Anyway, that's what's in Reno.
Got a full show for you today. Mark Zeigler will join us in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll have our first 2025 Chris Fantabulous Sports Game Show in the 3 o'clock hour. We'll do a Big Five. We'll have a Mike Tomlin debate later on in the show.
Once and for all.
Yeah,
we have to put this to bed.
I think this is an argument for me right here, personally. At some point, you will have a chance to win 2 tickets to San Diego State's basketball game against Air Force tomorrow night at VAS Arena. Grab tickets otherwise at goaztec.com. All right, so last night, all of the kind of news broke about the Padres and kind of the sides that have, had their arguments put out there, rebuttals. And as we said yesterday, we won't have a whole lot to say about the lawsuit itself. But I do think it's fair to talk about how the optics of it could affect possible free agency, even a possible Sasaki signing. When you start to kind of delve into this, regardless of what is actually happening inside the kind of legal battle that is about to take place, what does this look like on the outside looking in if you are a free agent, if you are Sasaki? Because if I recall correctly, Joel Wolf, his agent, kind of had an impromptu. It was like early December, maybe mid-December.
It was at the Win meetings.
Was it Winner or GM?
I'm sorry, we can't go.
First,
it was Winner meetings because Sam was there.
That was an accident. I can't speak sometimes.
I'm sorry, we are children. As soon as he said it, I couldn't let it go.
He would. He looked at me with this 7-year-old look on his face, and I had to acknowledge it at that point.
But it was the Winner meetings because Sam was there and he was getting the video from him.
He was. And the one thing I recall him saying is that I think he was asked about mid-market, small market teams, and he was saying that because of the media experience he had in Japan, that it may fit. He also talked about thinking about this from a longer point of view, his development. Remember, Sasaki is a young, I think 23?
23, yeah.
23-year-old pitcher. So there's development in there. Obviously, we got the pitching whisperer on our side. That's a bonus.
Yeah.
But when an organization has to go through something like it seems like what the Padres may have to go through, there are consequences a lot of times as it pertains to bringing in players. No one, I mean, even when the money's right, and, in today's game, the money is always right. But oftentimes when these situations happen, it causes, I don't want to know if doubt is the right word, but you start uncertainty. That is like the last thing you want as a free agent or a player coming into an organization.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's something to kind of have at the forefront of your mind as this starts to kind of unfold.
Well, we were talking a little bit before the show, and I do think here's the quote that Joel Wolf said at the winter meetings that we were kind of talking about before the show. It said, quote, given the gap in bonus pool amounts is so negligible,
Negligible? Is that what you're trying to say there?
So negligible.
There you go.
My advice to him.
We both are working into the show.
Good. This is good stuff. My advice to him is don't make decisions based on short-term financial decisions. The long-term arc of your career is where you're going to earn your money, so it's probably not advisable to make a short-term decision in that regard. Take all the factors into consideration, and if we are at a 60,000-foot view, does Roki Sasaki want to move halfway across the world and come to a team that has this sort of thing in the background?
Yeah.
And I don't know, like, for him, the long-term play is the better one. So free agents coming into the Padres now, I think if they're a short-term free agent, I think that's fine because this seems like it might take a little bit of time. But long-term free agents, I'm worried about. Yeah. Guys that want to come here and establish themselves, and I'm a little worried about Roki Sasaki.
That is certainly something that I think everybody has to kind of have at the forefront of their mind. I brought up the situation that I experienced in 2011, 2012, as the Dodgers started to kind of go through their own legal fight, a different type of deal, but same type of deal in some ways. And that, quite frankly, part of the reason why I got to be a Dodger was because they couldn't go out and sign any major free agent. So they, there wasn't a lot of funds. It worked out great for me. Worked out great for me. I turned that into a 2-year deal the following season, and I was able to quote unquote cash in.
As a guy in the clubhouse, how much does this background stuff affect the team?
It doesn't affect it from the standpoint of your everyday job, right? You show up to work, everything's the same. You go to the ballpark, nothing changes. There might be some, I don't know that the players will actually notice it from a baseball standpoint.
They will if it's frozen. The money is frozen.
That's the way you do notice it, right?
But going about your daily business, it's not going to really affect
you and you being able to go out and
win.
This isn't Major League where somehow they're changing the planes up and you got the prop plane like this. That doesn't happen, right?
Yeah.
So I think, but it is something that it could be a distraction, right? If it lingers into the season, which I can't see a way that it doesn't, right? You're going to be asking, at least early, you're going to be asked questions about it.
That's the other thing with Roki Sasaki is a guy who doesn't really want to deal with the media, had a bad experience with the media. He's going to get questions, but he doesn't need to. He doesn't want those questions.
And I don't think that if he were to be a Padre, that he would have to be the one that is
because he's just here.
He's virtually a rookie.
But why did you choose a team that has this happening?
If that question is asked, then he'll have to deal with it. But I'm not sure that is at the forefront. They got just one of the better things about this ball club is they got a lot of veterans in there that can take on that role.
Yeah.
And so, but you end up in like a 3, 4, 5 game loser streak, and that question pops up. You might be a little irritable. You know what I'm saying?
We know how Manny gets sometimes when people ask questions after 5 straight losses.
It may not be Manny. It could be anybody at that point.
Yeah, it could be.
But yeah, it's certainly something that is something that you got to think about as a fan of the team, and you're watching how free agency is unfolding. You're watching for the Sasaki signing one way or another. Those are things that I think have to be at the forefront of your mind.
Now, maybe I've already kind of asked you this, but you personally, if you were looking for a team, would money talk to you and the rest doesn't matter, or would situation talk to you?
It depends on what age you're asking me this.
True.
I think as
Hiroki
I got,
Sasaki, 23.
I don't know. I think in his case, he's kind of backed in, right?
Yeah.
He can't really do much because he can only make so much, right?
True.
Right now.
True.
And that's what I think Joe Wolf was getting at, is that it's something my dad used to tell me when I was going from college. Like, you can't make any money in the minor leagues anyway. So get to where you need to get to first, and then you worry about that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He's already going to be locked in at a certain number.
True, yeah.
So it is going to be probably the focus of, can you help me get better?
Situation.
Right.
Which makes sense.
And listen, at 23, he may not have an understanding of how front offices or ownership works. It may not be something high on his priority list to even worry about. He just maybe want to know, can Ruben get me where I want to go?
Yeah.
Can he help me be one of the best?
Baseball operations are not going to stop. Like, there's still, I mean, the big money might not be spent, but I don't think in the long term they're just going to stop spending money.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part, is that you don't really know. You don't know how. I mean, shoot, before any of this happened, right? Before yesterday came about, we didn't know how the Padres were going to spend at that point.
True.
We had heard different things in terms of, they're not quite going to hold it down like they did last offseason, but they certainly aren't going to go, bonanza again in terms
go
of
250.
Right. They're not doing that either. So I don't think, much has changed from at least our standpoint of knowing how that's going to affect. But there are cases in the past that we've seen similar things pop off, and it does seemingly start to slow things down. So we'll see exactly how this one kind of shakes out.
I think overall, this entire situation is a bummer. And
Yes.
it's a huge bummer.
No doubt.
For everyone involved.
I don't think there's any way of getting around it. And it probably comes at I don't know that the Padres it probably comes at the worst time it could possibly come.
Heading into spring training, AJ still trying to build a team.
Right. Like, maybe
the timing is bad.
Had AJ already, been able to
finagle something and
lock in some guys, and then this happens, maybe, it feels a little different. But it does feel like the timing on this is pretty tough. All right.
Yeah.
Like I said, full 4-hour show moving ahead. Let's get to break. When we come back, the Oakland A's, they continue.
Even they're spending money.
They continue to go out and add to their payroll. Now, there's a caveat to that. They got in trouble, so they kind of had to. We'll get into their newest signee when we return. More Gwynn and Chris.
Oops, that's me.
With Cox Mobile, you're covered coast to coast, so you can call your friends anytime on that
Tony Gwynn Jr., Matt Skraby, Crisello joining us in the 3 o'clock hour?
Yes, he just texted us, and he said that he has landed, and he is going to head towards us as soon as possible.
Word up. Crisello has arrived in Reno safely.
He said first he's going to have to go play some skee ball at Circus.
Yeah, right. I know he didn't say that. He might not know what skee ball is at this point.
I mean, he's like ancient. That was probably the only game he had growing up.
He probably knows exactly
that,
what
and
it is.
the camel races where you like throw the ball. I'm so bad at the camel race.
I love the camel race.
It's a fun game. I'm just terrible at it. And the water one where the balloon fills up. Terrible at that too.
Yeah, I can see you being terrible at that one actually. Major League Baseball free agency. Mentioned the Oakland A's getting their hand slapped by Major League Baseball and the Players Union for being cheap virtually.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now they're responding. We've seen the few signings that they've been able to put. They've added another one last night, and it's more of an extension.
Yeah.
But yeah, they bring back Brent Rooker, who is, Brent Rooker, remind you, was a Padre not that long ago.
Oh, you don't need to remind me. People tell me all the time.
And, he came at a time where the Padres were looking to see who could play then. Because I think it was the next year after Rooker left that Padres started to kind of turn the corner. That didn't fit for Brent Rooker and where he was at that point. But kudos to him for turning himself into a bona fide middle of the lineup guy. And he's being rewarded quite handsomely. 5-year extension, $60 million. Now, in today's day and age, seems like that's not a ton.
It does seem like it's not. For a guy who hits 39 home runs, 112 RBIs, and hits 293 with an OPS of 927, seems a little low.
I find this interesting. You got to take it as, with a grain of salt because it is the A's. I know they're spending money, but they're never going to break the bank like that. So, it may be something to do with the fact that his team that he signed with is, one of the low market teams, or at least they act as though they are the smaller market team. But it may be kind of continuing the shift with just. I think Brett Gardner can actually hit. So it's not just
Brent Rooker.
Excuse me, I say Gardner.
Yeah,
Brett Rooker.
Is that the guy who slams his bat?
Yeah, that was
okay.
the Yankee. the crazy little left fielder that used to lose his mind and slam the top of the dugout.
I do remember him.
Brett Rooker, I think, has turned himself into a good hitter, not just a power hitter. But it could be kind of baseball shifting from the 1-2 guys. They want guys who can do a little bit of everything. Reminds me a little bit of Luis, right? Great hitter. But, his knock on him is that he doesn't run the bases well, doesn't play defense well. I'm not saying that Brett Rooker doesn't run the bases well, but I don't think he's known for it.
Yeah.
I don't think he's known for his defense. He's pretty much a DH on most nights. So, I think you may be starting to see the market kind of correcting itself a little bit. There was a few years there where those power guys were getting broke off, like big money.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the case no more. Maybe you have to be a more well-rounded. We'll see.
We were talking about situation and long-term situations with Roki Sasaki and his decision, but Brent Rooker obviously didn't care that the A's are going to be playing in a minor league park for the next 3 years.
Great observation.
And
because they are going to, for more than half of that contract, they are going to be.
And Luis Severino only got 3 years, so he's never going to see Las Vegas.
He's not going to see it either.
But to him, I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. He wanted to stay in the situation, and I'm reading on the chat that he's already in Sacramento reaching out to people. Maybe he wants to be the face of the A's.
He is.
And he has the opportunity to.
Here's a guy that got an opportunity with a place when he wasn't getting that kind of opportunity elsewhere. And instead of chasing the bag, as we see most guys do, he said, you know what, maybe the grass isn't greener anywhere else. Maybe this is where I got this team organization gave me a chance. They continue to give me a chance. Maybe this is where I want to stay and ride this thing out. How old is Brent?
Brent Rooker is 30. Okay. He just turned 30 in November. So he's still got time.
He's still in the
He'll be
prime of his
35 by
career.
the time it's over.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Brent Rooker, man. I like those stories. I mean, he was a guy that, clearly had a ton of power, even when you saw that when he was here. I mean, he was hitting bombs in spring training, which is how he kind of started to kind of scratch the surface, get into the big leagues. And he's just gotten better.
He's also kind of funny.
He is kind of funny.
He does, they do good videos with him, and I believe he believes in aliens, and so I'm a big fan of anyone who admittedly believes in aliens.
There you go. I knew there was something to it.
You were talking about Luis Ariz, and we had been hearing rumors that the Yankees were interested in a trade for Luis Ariz, and that is not a thing anymore. It's been determined by some Yankees reporters that Luis Ariz, quote, not seen as a fit for the team anymore, which brings me...
You got to be careful with these reports. Because I also saw that, although...
It says the Yankees, it's a possibility, but the sides are not close.
Right. And anytime you hear it's a possibility, but sides aren't close, all that means is that nothing's happened right now, but that doesn't mean something won't happen down the line. The mere fact that we've heard his name in so many rumors. I mean, for a while there, it started with Luis, and then it was all centered at Dylan Cease.
Mm-hmm.
That name has kind of calmed down, and now we're hearing Luis again.
Yeah. I've also seen people saying that they're going to trade Fernando. That's not going to happen. And I really hope it doesn't happen, but I doubt it will happen. He's a cornerstone. You cannot trade a cornerstone. But they were saying in New York that because Gleyber Torres went elsewhere, I believe he's a Tiger now, and he immediately grew a beard, Tony, once he got done with the Yankees.
Couldn't wait to grow facial hair.
And he has a pretty good beard, I gotta say. But they were saying that Luis Ariz was going to come back and play second base for the Yankees, and I'm like, that he's not. We've seen that he's not an everyday second baseman. So there's good.
I don't know that we saw that. How many games did he play second base for the Padres?
Let me see. Well, we saw him defensively. As a first baseman.
Yes.
And I think
they're not the same. I just want to point that out.
Second and first base?
Different positions.
They have different names. Is that what you're saying?
They have different names, and it's a lot different feel.
All right, hold on. I'm getting to Luis's page right now, and he played last year. He played only 9 games at second base.
That's a extremely small.
Played 61 games at first base, and then DH.
Here's why I don't necessarily. The Yankees have done a little bit of a makeover in some of the guys they've brought in. I think highlighting some of their deficiencies that cost them a World Series last year. And so if you have the right defensive guys around, you can certainly make it work. You bring in Bellinger, who's a Gold Glove center fielder. You move Arson to where he should go. I'm sorry, Aaron to where he should go.
Okay, Keith McPherson.
Who was it?
Keith McPherson, I think is his name. That was talking to Heyman on the phone.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, that had John all fired up, huh? So yeah, I mean, listen. The point is, yes, it might be dead right now, but
the other thing I thought when I was reading this Yankees article is they were saying that Luis Ariz would be a great table setter for Aaron Judge. Why is that different from the Padres? It's not. Luis Ariz is a great table setter for Manny Machado.
Luis is a good table setter no matter where you put him. He's only better when you put him in a lineup with really good players. We saw that last year.
Yes. Look what he did. And then he got hurt, and he was still producing to a point.
That's the other thing. I mean, last year was his lowest OPS, I think, of his career.
I can tell you
and that's because of that thumb. Of everyday, since he was been an everyday player.
Yeah, his OPS, his career OPS is 790, but the year 2023 it was 861. Mostly he's hovering in the 750 to 800 area.
Where was he at last year?
Last year he was at 739.
Yeah, so I mean that's as low as it's gotten for him, and he did that with one thumb, basically.
That is true. He did do that with one thumb.
I just think he's a great table setter for the Padres. The question is, based on everything that we've seen to this point, do they have enough elsewhere to justify still having all the weapons you have on offense, right? Because that's really what it boiled down last offseason, right? You had a ton of weapons offensively, but you also had to fill out some of the other parts of your team that were kind of, weak or didn't have enough.
Yeah.
Or didn't have anyone.
Yeah.
In some cases, it's similar here. Not as many, but left field,
Catcher.
another catcher.
Starting catcher.
Catcher, I'll say, because
if Chris was here,
ultimately, starting catcher is fluid. It's a fluid situation.
Oh gosh, are we gonna platoon the whole season?
We platooned last year.
I don't
was
know.
just
Kyle
half.
Gashioka got hot and then he took over.
He did. That was in 2024, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
2023, we had no catching, and then Gary Sanchez showed up about halfway through. We rode him to the end of the train.
The Padres have been very
last
fortunate
3 seasons
with
at
their
that
catcher.
position. They have hit whatever close to pay dirt that you can get to with a catching.
I mean, I was gonna say Aaron Nola. Austin Nola got hit in the face with was it a foul, or he got hit in the face with a foul ball in spring training, and nothing was ever the same for him again.
That's right. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah, like.
Yeah.
I mean, but he was a good enough catcher the year before, and then all of a sudden everything changed for him.
Yeah.
But
it's how fast it can turn. It's how fast it can turn is why you also try to take advantage of the time you have, because it can go away that fast. All right. First 2 segments in the book. We'll go to 2:45, our next segment. When we come back, Mark Zeigler joins us next. Talk a little bit about the Aztecs. Talk a little bit about the Mountain West Pac-12 conferences that are taking shape. Mountain West adds another team to the fold.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll get into that on the other side.
That was a hint,
Chris.
people.
Matt Skraby, Chris Ello joining us in the 3 o'clock hour. I want to go in so many different directions, but given that Mark is going to join us here shortly, it's kind of hard to really dive into everything.
What do you want to start with for
Jerry
3
Jones.
minutes?
Jerry Jones.
Okay.
Don't know if you saw his comments. So apparently, a lot of people surprised, at least mine. Mike McCarthy is very wanted out there. At least the Chicago Bears have inquired to speak to him.
I've been saying this.
So they've inquired to speak to him. It's been reported that the Dallas Cowboys have not responded. Jerry Jones was asked about this after, I believe, the game Sunday. It might have even been Monday. He had a bunch of cameras around him.
He did.
So
he was loving it.
It's really the only owner in all
Let
sports.
me tell you guys what we're going to do here.
Only owner in all sports. Can you think of another one that has a scrum?
No.
Every week.
No.
I can't think of one either.
No.
Has a scrum every week. And basically I felt like do you have the sound?
I have some sound.
Okay, play the sound. Let me hear what you got.
Then I would say go talk.
Okay, so this is about...
This is in regards to Chicago asking for permission to speak to Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
Mind you, Dallas has not gotten back to him. This is the first time the Chicago Bears hear from the Dallas Cowboys.
Then I would say go talk. I really would. Go talk.
So it sounds like
I just let Zeke do that.
gotcha.
But I don't want anybody here. That's not healthy to have somebody around that wants to be someplace else. Really, it's not.
Did he say Zeke?
Ezekiel Elliott is now with the Chargers.
Yes, I know that.
But he let Zeke go, like...
He said he let him go talk to other teams, basically
right.
because he wasn't playing there.
Yeah.
There's a difference, though. You have a running back. He's not a big part of your team.
Rico Dowdle's the guy in the future.
I would say Mike McCarthy's kind of a part of your future.
You mean your head coach?
Yeah, I think he's important right now. And so,
is this kind of like the Joe Shane thing? In regards to Jerry Jones being like, "Hey, go flirt with that girl at the bar."
It is very much like that. But here's the difference. It seems as though all up until this point, Jerry Jones had been signaling, at least, that Mike McCarthy was very well likely going to keep his job.
Yeah.
So let's say you let him go out and talk, and then he ends up coming back. You win the whole negotiation.
It's just awkward.
You probably got him for a little bit cheaper.
Yeah.
How much respect do you think he has in that locker room at that point?
Not much.
Right? They saw him leave, come back. You have basically cut his legs out from under him.
So you're going to come back into a locker room with Micah Parsons, be like, you know what? After all, I am thinking this is the best locker room in the NFL.
Come on, man. And I thought it was very Jerry Jones to put the onus on Mike McCarthy. And listen, I'm not the Mike McCarthy fan, but he put the onus on him as if it was his fault. You can say no to Chicago, and you can pick up his year, whatever it is that you decide to do. I don't think in the end this helps the Dallas Cowboys. It's also another reason why they continue to be lost as it pertains to them getting back to the Super Bowl winning ways.
I mean, Mike McCarthy won 12 games
3 years in a row.
3 years in a row.
Yeah.
It
he had a
doesn't
bad
happen
year this year, and you can make the argument they had a ton of injuries that certainly
a ton. Dak Prescott
had an
injured.
impact on him.
CeeDee Lamb was injured throughout the year. I mean,
all bad.
It was all bad. Micah Parsons missed games. It was all bad.
All right, let's jump into some San Diego State biz. Joining us, Mark Zeigler, Union Tribune. Mark, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing okay. Just in the middle of the meat of the basketball season now. Now they're done with their buys. It's 2 games a week.
It's amazing. We were off the air for 2 weeks, and you would have felt like the Aztecs played a bunch of games, but they only played 3. They went 2-1 in those 3. They lose a tough one at Utah, or against Utah State, and then they bounce back with a place they hadn't won in quite some time. I mean, talk a little bit about the resiliency. At least they've shown early on. Tough loss, been able to bounce back the very next game.
Yeah, what's really interesting is we've talked about this before. San Diego State hasn't had a young team in a long, long time like this. And the thing about young teams is that coaches just feel a little bit uncomfortable because they're unpredictable in good ways and bad ways. And you don't feel you have a real read on your team. Like last year's team and the year before was so old, and you knew, okay, they're probably going to win these games. But these was going to be struggles. This team is just like, you don't know what you're going to get. They have not played very well at home. You would think young teams would play well at home with their fans. They have not. And yet they've gone on the road and they've won some neutral court games, and they win at Boise State, where they've lost 6 of the last 7 times they've been there. And you're just kind of looking at this team going, well, where did that come from? Yeah. But the key to that win was exactly what you said, is because they'd lost to Utah State, lost a home game in the conference early. That puts you behind the 8 ball, and then they just sort of erase it with this big win at Boise State. And if you were to say, okay, you get one of these games, you either get the home game against Utah State or you get the game at Boise State, you take the game at Boise State because you never have won there before. Yeah. And Utah State's playing pretty well, so that doesn't kill you in the metrics. So it actually kind of worked out okay, and now we'll see where they go from here. See how they play against a bad Air Force team at home tomorrow night.
We're talking to Mark Zeigler, San Diego Union-Tribune, about the Aztecs, and I wanted to start with the freshmen on this team because there's been a couple times this year so far that they've won Freshman of the Week in the Mountain West. Pharaoh Compton's won it a couple times. Taj DeGorville just won it, and I hope I said his last name right.
Yep.
Okay, good. Are they overperforming right now as a freshman group, or where do you see the freshman group contributing to this team?
I think they're this is what the coaches expected from them. It's gotten to the point now in college basketball where you can't really recruit a guy and then stash him for 4 years and then 3 years. And when he's a junior, he'll step in. Like that was the old model. Now, if you get a freshman, you have to have a freshman, and Brian Dutcher talks about this, who you think is good enough to play right away. Like the guy they've got coming in next year, Tay Simmons, is just tearing it up in LA high school basketball right now. He's getting, every time I look up, he's got 30 and 15, and they play, pretty good competition. And so that's the kind of guy who can step in and play next year. And that's what they expected from these guys, this year, except obviously Thakbor Majak is a redshirt, but they knew that going in. But with Taj DeGorville and Pharaoh Compton, 2 true freshmen, they expected them to be contributors, and they have been. And you just see them developing in different ways. I mean, Taj DeGorville took a big step up in this last game, 13 points, 6 rebounds, and most of it came in crunch time, played the final 7 minutes of the game, made really, really good decisions. Had assists, had rebounds, made a couple big shots. And Brian Dutcher said afterwards, well, now his defense is improving, but the big step he made was he started driving the ball, not just kicking it. He tried to drive it to score. And you saw, I think he had 3 layups in that game in traffic. That's an element of the game he didn't have before. And Pharaoh Compton, same thing. He had, they knew he could rebound, bring energy, but then he comes in and he scores a few baskets in some games. And so I think they've been really, really surprised, but this was the expectation when they put together a team that if they're going to be good, these guys are going to have to perform, and they have.
Mark Zeigler joins us at San Diego Union-Tribune. And Mark, at this point, Reese Waters still hasn't been able to suit up. It's coming along, it's seemingly a little bit slower than maybe they had a thought when this first went down. Do we get a chance to see him play this year, or is this year going to be lost for him?
Every day that goes by, you start to think more and more that he might just take that medical red shirt. But what Brian Dutcher has said, and from what I understand, what Reese is thinking as well, is he's not going to make a decision until the doctors clear him. And they're hoping that's going to happen. Like it's less than 2 weeks, I think, to his next scan. So sometime in the middle of January, he'll go and get a bone scan, and the expectation among everybody is that he'll be cleared. He'll be completely healed. It's almost healed now, but it'll be completely healed. He's out of the boot, so he's walking around in sneakers. He can shoot, but he doesn't jump. He just kind of shoots set shots and shoots free throws and stuff, at the other end when they're practicing. But if he gets cleared, now the question becomes how quickly does it take him to get in shape and get a uniform on? And if it happens pretty quickly, I could see him playing. But if it's one of those deals that it looks like it's going to be a month for him to really get into game fitness and being able to get out there and run up and down and practice every single day and recover, then I think he shuts it down. So I think, but we won't. He's not allowing himself to. I guess the answer to that is he's not allowing himself to think about all that until he gets clearance and comes back, and then he'll make a decision. But every day that goes by, you're just going, man, we're in the middle of January now. Now, boy, we're getting close to February. Is he really going to come back for that?
We're talking to Mark Zeigler here, San Diego Union Tribune. I'm having a hard time talking today, everybody. But, Mark, you were just mentioning that high school player in L.A., and I wanted to ask because I don't really know. I just know players move around a lot. Once you commit to a school in high school, can you change your mind? Like, is this guy so good now that he could change his mind and go somewhere else?
Well, that's a really good question because in the past, you'd sign a national letter of intent, which bound you to the school and the school to you. It was a binding contract, both ends. You'd have to get a release. Schools would, if you really wanted to be released, you really didn't want to go there, or the coach left, yeah, you'd get a release. But it was pretty, it wasn't that common. What happened this year is because of the NIL, because schools are going to start paying players directly starting next year in some conferences, is that they got rid of the NLI, National Letter of Intent. And they signed what is basically a scholarship agreement. Now, scholarship agreement is what you sign. You only can sign one national letter of intent in your college career. So this is what you would sign the second time around. It binds the school to you, but not the other way around. So you can jump and move all you want. Now, that's every high school player now. And so technically, yes, Taysom is good. But after talking to him and talking to his family, his family is all about family. They're all about loyalty, and I think they're pretty loyal. And the other thing is, where are you going to go? I mean, if you want to go somewhere in Southern California, San Diego State really is the best program. I mean, they in many years they passed UCLA in terms of metrics and rankings. Now UCLA is pretty good this year, but beyond Gonzaga, I mean, San Diego State is kind of a really, I'm not sure you're going to do a whole lot better. Yeah. And they're really into him, and he fits them with his versatility, his strength, his ability to shoot it, score inside, run the floor, play multiple positions. So I think it's the perfect spot for him, and I think Tay really realizes that. So I'd be shocked if he left.
It does feel like as we get further into the NIL and some of the new things that are coming into college sports, that these players are starting to look around and figure out where their best fits are. It's not everybody searching for the biggest cashola there, but there are some guys out there that are looking for fit. And so my question to you, Mark, is, you mentioned it, last couple of seasons has been a very veteran-laden team. This is the first year I can remember in a while where freshmen are coming in, having an impact. It was said that was a dead time. Like you weren't going to be able to get freshmen like this. Is that starting to kind of level out in some ways, that now you are starting to see some of these freshmen pop up and have some impact?
A little bit more, yeah. I think we're starting to see the trend. And what you said in the first part of that point about guys looking for fit instead of just dollars, I think that's like the natural progression here. I think when NIL was so new and players are just making a cash grab and figuring every program's the same, yeah. And then you see the cautionary tales of guys who could do it. I mean, one guy, Ada Mahaney, who played at St. Mary's, was one of the best players in the WCC. Well, he jumps and takes a big money NIL to go to UConn. Okay, it's a big step up. It's UConn. He didn't play. He got benched. Yeah. And now he's going to play a little bit more because the guy in front of him got hurt. But, I mean, he got flat out benched by Bobby Hurley and, Danny Hurley. And I think a lot of players look around and go, well, maybe, money's great, but you only get so many years here to sort of audition for the next level. And if you're in a good situation, why not stay in that situation? And I think, a guy like Miles Bird is good friends with Ada Mahaney. Hopefully he's watching that and seeing that and saying, money isn't everything. And you just saw it in football. I mean, Boise State got a lot of exposure. Those players got a lot of exposure. They don't have as much money in NIL as most of those big power conference teams in the Big Ten and SEC especially. And they lost one guy to the portal. Yeah. And a lot of those guys are coming back to play because they realized, look, I got time here. We won. It's a great situation. And so I think we're going to see more and more of that. And then with the freshmen, I think you can get some real value in freshmen because so many programs are caught up in in signing these transfers and giving them NIL. You can find some value, and that's what San Diego State's kind of searched around to find. And again, it's got to be a guy who's going to play, because you can't, if you take a guy who doesn't play, he's gone.
Yeah.
But they really hit it with this class, and I think they will again next year with Tay Simmons.
Yeah, I definitely love the fact that it's a small sample size, but you are starting to see the athletes, the student athletes, kind of make the adjustment to kind of the new way things are done. All right, last question from me, Mark. It's got me a little frightened. Every time I look up, it seems like the Mountain West adding another team. They had a football-only team here today, Northern Illinois. It's been crickets on the Pac-10, 12, whatever you want to call it, Pac-2 right now. Is there any idea of what the Pac-12 is waiting on?
My sense is one of the things they're waiting on is, you've got a couple lawsuits out there right now. You've got one for the poaching fees that they signed as part of their scheduling agreement for football with the Mountain West, that they would owe them if they took teams before a certain date, and that's basically $10 million a team, so that's $50 million, and they've challenged that in court. And then they also have challenged the exit fees, which are $18 to $19 million per school that would go directly to the Mountain West from the schools. And I think the Pac-12 is waiting to see, particularly with the poaching fees, how that goes. If they only have to pay $20 million instead of $50 million, that gives them $30 million to now go throw at schools to kind of entice them to come and sweeten the pot. So I think that's one of the things that's working in the background. I think they still want to get some schools out of the AAC, like Memphis or Tulane or some of those schools, and to really get, they're facing exit fees themselves, but if they can soften that blow a little bit with some of their money, but they got to wait and see. And so I think that's part of it. And look, the Mountain West isn't waiting around, and they're in a position where they don't have to wait around. But they're collecting a little bit of a war chest here, because they're going to get these exit fees, the poaching fees, and they're going to get an entrance fee of a couple $1 million from Northern Illinois just to play football. And so I think the football conferences outside of Boise State, obviously, who is elite, but I think that the football conferences are going to be more comparable than people may have thought. The basketball conferences won't be.
Yeah.
The Pac-12, Pac-10 is going to be way better in basketball. But in football, I mean, when you look at these programs like a Wyoming, a UNLV, an Air Force, and you start putting all that money they're going to get back into football, 10, 12, 15, $20 million, those programs are going to get stronger, and they're going to be very competitive, if not better than some of the ones in the Pac-10, Pac-12.
It's a very interesting thing you got developing, because that war chest will be coming at this point out of the pocket of Pac-12. So you're hurting the conference that you kind of have a rivalry with. So yeah, I hope Pac-12 has some good lawyers, because they're gonna need them based on these lawsuits they're dealing with. Mark, as always, man, I love catching up with you. Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll talk to you guys.
Mark Zeigler, San Diego Union Tribune, as always, on point. And, yeah, man, that's whole Mountain West, Pac-2, 12, 10, whatever you want to call it, it's interesting, because it seems like the Mountain West has the pack by the shorts.
By the shorts. Does it seem like sports is just so complicated these days?
That's because big business is in it. They have complicated.
You know how I feel about big business.
I shouldn't have mentioned it. Let's get to break. First hour in the can. Hour number 2 coming up. Little daily gambit on the way. More good. they'll have to pay the exit fees for State, Boise State, all the teams that are leaving.
Yeah.
And it's that. How much did he say it was?
50?
50 total?
Yeah, I think so. I remember the number 50
So
million.
They need whatever they got in terms of lawyers. If you can get it just cut in half, you probably are like, okay, that's good. We got some money to work with.
Quick news: Raiders fire Antonio Pierce after first full season as head coach. I saw this coming.
Of course you did.
I did. I just don't think he's ready to be a head coach, and I've said this before.
Timeout.
I think he knows the football. I don't think he knows how to handle the locker room.
I won't argue
yet.
whether he's ready to be a head coach. But were the Raiders, were the Patriots,
no and no.
were any of these teams set up for any success at all?
No and no.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know.
And then the Titans GM was fired today.
Crazy.
After
got him the number one pick.
Seasons. And the similarities between all of this, they're all black.
I wasn't going there, but yes,
that's what
they
I'm
are.
seeing.
Yes, they are.
That, like, why is it that Antonio Pierce is fired, that Gerard Mayo is fired, and the Titans GM is fired?
Let's be fair, all right? I think Antonio Pierce did a good job last year, getting that team to be competitive at the end. This year, listen, you in a division with the Chargers improved, the Broncos improved, the Chiefs being the Chiefs. What were you going to expect? Let's go through those quarterbacks. Bo Nix, you didn't know it going into the season. Turned out to be pretty good young quarterback. We know what Patrick Mahomes is.
Yeah, dramatic.
We know.
Yes.
We know what my man for the Chargers, Justin Herbert is. Like, you're not
Gardner
winning.
Minshew?
You're not winning with Gardner. What's the other cat's name?
Aiden O'Connell.
Aiden O'Connell. Not winning with Aiden O'Connell. Let's be real.
You're not.
All right, let's go over to New England. I can't even tell you who's on their team outside of
Drake May.
Drake May.
I will say, I think that they found a quarterback that they could try to build upon.
They found a quarterback that actually is good, and they still sucked.
Yeah.
Their team is not very good.
It's not built to be good.
They
right
knew
now.
that going into the year. They weren't expecting it to be any better than what it was, right?
Yeah, true. I mean,
now listen. Here's the other part of the other argument on the other side of the coin. There are some really good head coaches available right now that I don't know that's been the case in the past couple of years.
You got Rex Ryan, top of the list.
No, he's not at the top of the list. Oh.
Mike Vrabel is at the top of the list.
Vrabel's at the top of the list.
And like you said yesterday, I was thinking a lot about this Gerard Mayo firing and Robert Kraft coming out. Instead of just saying what the actual truth is that we want to hire Mike Vrabel, he has to do this whole rigmarole and make him look bad.
In the NFL, they have to at least interview, I think it's a minority for...
Yes, the Rooney Rule.
The Rooney Rule, right?
Yes, correct.
But let's be real. Mike Vrabel, who quite frankly, should have never got fired from the Tennessee Titans. He's the dude. He's the guy. And if Bill Belichick was still available, he'd be on that list as well. And so, for once, the free agents of coaches out there, which is usually a bunch of dudes who haven't had a success or dudes you never heard of.
Yeah.
That's not even counting the Ben Johnsons of the world that for the offensive coordinator for the Lions.
The ones that haven't gotten the opportunity yet.
Those guys, this is I think by all counts, this is a pretty good free agent list. So at least you can justify, all right, we're doing, as long as you go out and you at least try to get one of these high profile
coaches,
candidates.
Yeah.
I think, it's justifiable in this case. I
can see that for sure.
Either of those three teams you named had any success this year. And ultimately, if you aren't doing the job and you aren't having success, you are black, white, yellow, green, you are susceptible to being let go of your job.
I would like to see, and I don't have the stats on this, but it just feels to me like black coaches are given a shorter leash.
Maybe so.
And I don't have the numbers to prove that or anything, but I mean, you're right. Both of those coaches, Antonio Pierce and Gerard Mayo, had no chance going into the year to win.
Yeah, and I like the things I saw from Antonio Pierce, calling out his team early for basically quitting in that one game.
Yeah. He
and
said they're making business decisions, so we'll make business decisions.
And I like listen, I understand that there is a shift in how you have to deal with players, but you still have to not reward bad behavior or inconsistencies on the field. That's how you stay bad, basically.
I think you or Chris said it yesterday. You were watching Hard Knocks, and Dan Campbell, I think it was you, Dan Campbell, got on this one guy for something very, very small, and that's exactly why they're so good, is because they're consistent, and he set the tone.
Right.
So, all right.
Let's get to Daily Gambit.
Okay.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in The Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit is our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We have some bets to review from last night. We also have a couple bets to make tonight. And then we have the odds on the number one overall pick. There's a clear leader in the clubhouse right now for the odds on the number one overall pick in the NFL draft. We'll get to that in a second. But first, we bet on the Spurs. The Spurs were 3-point favorites over the Bulls. You guys chose the Bulls. I chose the Spurs. You guys win. Bulls won 114-110.
My man, I think it's Kobe White. He put Big Wemby on a poster.
Really? How is that even possible?
Little guy banged on him from right in the middle of the floor.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wemby
This wasn't a good look for the 7'6" guy.
Seriously. Jeez. That is insane. I didn't think that Wemby could be posterized.
There was a time where big men would never even, if they couldn't block it, you know what they were doing? They were fouling you.
Oh.
You were not dunking. If you were a little dude, you were not going to catch a big dude slipping. You might get one opportunity.
Wow. Good job for Kobe White. Happy about that.
I just happy they made me look good on this bet.
Minnesota.
The
Timberwolves -2.5 over the Clippers last night. You, Chris chose the Clippers. You and I chose the T-Wolves. T-Wolves won, but they only won by 2. 108-106.
Look at you, Vegas. Right on the money there.
Seriously. Who scored more? Anthony Edwards, Ant-Man for the Timberwolves, or Wemby, the posterized Wemby for the Spurs? You guys chose Ant-Man. I chose Wemby. Ant-Man, coming off of a 50-point game, has a 37-point game. Wemby only had a 23-point game, so there you go. Houston TCU was the final one. I don't even remember the spread of this one. I didn't write it down. Tony and I chose Houston. Chris chose TCU. It doesn't matter the spread because it was 65-46, and so Houston wins, so we win. Unless the spread was over 20 points or 19 points, then we won.
Yeah.
I didn't even look it up. All right. Do you want me to
guess
go
we'll
look it
never
up?
know.
Okay,
who
now I'm
won.
going to go look it up. No, I know who won. Houston won.
I'm talking about the bets.
All right,
you know
let
what
me
I'm
go
talking
back to this thing real quick, and I'll talk
He
about
said,
the...
I didn't even look it up because the score was so big, I'm just going to assume that you guys won.
That is kind of ridiculous. Okay, so it was... Oh my goodness.
What was the spread?
I had to double check. 18.5.
And they won by
19.
See, there's a reason why they put these numbers here.
19. Oof. I'm glad I looked. Thank you for stopping me down to check because I did not think it was a spread like that. All right. First overall pick in the NFL draft here coming up in April, I believe. Cam Ward, -125. The U, Miami quarterback. I urge everyone to not draft Shedeur Sanders in the first round.
Why
or
are
with
you
the number one
urging
overall
anybody?
pick. I just don't see what other people see. I think he's a good quarterback. Do I think he's a number 1 overall pick? Nah. I'm tired of reading articles. Here I go. I'm tired of reading articles where Dion weighs in on Titans having number 1 pick. Like, I don't care. Why are we asking Dion?
Why are you reading it?
I'm not. I'm scrolling past it.
So then you don't even know what the article said.
Yeah, because
he might have been like, it's good for the Titans. They got the number 1 pick.
He could have said that. You're right, but I just
You're ridiculous.
I don't see Shador.
You're just a Sanders hater.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Sitting here right now,
hater.
Can you say that Shador Sanders is a top 3 pick in the NFL draft?
No, I can't.
Okay.
But that's because I don't know who the top 3 picks are.
I went there because I knew that was your answer. So
I don't necessarily think he should go number 1 overall. I'm not even necessarily sure that he should be the first quarterback picked.
Well, Cam Ward will be.
According to the odds. These are gambling folks that they're doing this for.
That's true.
Because they know most folks think what you're thinking, that Cam Ward's going to be the first one.
Yeah, Shador Sanders plus 105. Travis Hunter right behind him plus 1,000. Michael Williams plus 4,100, and then on and on and on.
Yes. So you got your Sanders hate in for the day.
I get a bad name.
No, you don't.
Get a bad
you don't
name.
get a bad name at all. This is what you do.
Do you know how much heat I took yesterday and last night and this morning for the Chargers 49ers take that I had yesterday?
It was a bad. Listen, when you have bad takes, you're gonna get crushed.
I even said on the air, this is a losing battle. I'm done.
You didn't stop you from making the take, though. You still took it.
People were thinking that I was comparing the ownership of the Chargers to the ownership of the 49ers.
Oh, yeah, no, you weren't.
I was not doing that. The Chargers did the fans way more dirty than the 49ers did. I was just trying to say the 49ers moved 40 miles away.
Stop making this stupid point.
Well, I'm tired of having to get
40 miles.
It is.
I'm saying from here to Los Angeles is not 40 miles. A. B. It's 2 entirely different cities.
Okay. Today.
Yeah, we got to go. It's 3:13. I'm glad you looked at the
4
clock.
4 p.m. Duke, number 4 in the country, playing Pittsburgh at home. 14-point favorites.
You got the odds for this one?
14-point favorites. Tony.
Just want to make sure.
I'll check later. You choose Duke or Pitt.
I'll take Duke.
All right, I'm gonna take Pitt. Let's see. Oh, here's a good one tonight. I don't know why this game's on ESPN2 instead of ESPN. Tennessee, the number 1 team in the country, against Florida.
That's because they probably didn't think Florida was going to be as good as they are. They just got their first loss recently.
Yeah, Florida's been very good. They're 3-point favorites in this game at home. I'm up first. I'm going to go with Tennessee. Yeah. I feel like I see more about them. You're going to go Tennessee?
I'm going to go Tennessee as well. We got a good Laker that went to Tennessee on our squad.
Who?
I don't know. I can't remember what his name is.
It's
forgetting me.
Mr. Connect.
It's
Connect.
4? Yes, Connect. West Side Connect, actually, is what we call it.
Final bet.
Even though I couldn't remember his name there for a second.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Utah.
Dalton Connect.
Dalton Connect.
There you go.
Utah at Iowa State. Brock Purdy's alma mater. Breece Hall's alma mater as well. Iowa State pretty good. Number 3 in the country.
Wow. What? I must only be paying attention to San Diego State. I did not know that Iowa State is ranked 3rd in the nation.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. That's what I keep seeing. Minus 16.5, Tony. At home against
Why not
Utah.
Iowa State?
Yeah, it's got to be Iowa State. I'm going with them. So there we go. That's it for our bets.
All right, we got to scram.
Yeah, when we get back, Chris may be here. We're not sure, but we will. If he's not here, we'll talk about Tyreek Hill without him.
Yeah.
So all that's next on Gwynn and Chris, 97.3 The Fan.
Chris Ello is currently trying to get into his room.
Should I read the text?
Yeah, read the text.
Okay. Here's what we got in the break, which I'm finding this hilarious. These are the last 3 texts that Chris sent us, and they're increasingly more frantic. First one is, bus a rad late.
And you know what? At first, I thought, is he trying to say a tad? But I don't think he is.
No, he is.
I think you think he's trying to say tad?
I think he's trying to say tad.
So that was
mistyped.
That was a mistype.
On my way to
Chris has a strange way of like having words that we never heard of.
That's true.
And they ended up actually meaning what he meant to them.
He'll be like, yes, it was red. It stands for this.
Exactly.
Short ride, then gotta get set up. Then the next text. Getting closer. Down in the lobby waiting for our room keys. And then the next text. Apologies, but the bleeping hotel had not prepared our keys, so it's, in parentheses, they say, another 15 minutes until I get into the room. And then I responded with, okay, I better get your best today.
Typical Skraby butthead right here. That's the kind of things that oftentimes, I'm not saying today, but will irritate Chris, and then we're off to the races, which actually ends up being a better show because these two are going back and forth at each other all day.
I mean, I better get his best today. You know, that's all.
You could have spared him. You think you could have spared him that comment? Ultimately,
Probably.
He's trying to get into the room as fast as he can, and you're over here just
like
being
how
a hater, like you typically are.
Just like how I told my mom that she killed my dog after it accidentally got out.
Yeah. The overreaction, yes. Although this isn't overreaction, this is you poking. Is this what you're doing?
Yeah, this is me being annoying.
Yeah,
I'm very good at that.
Yeah, that's like your specialty. I think.
It's my specialty to be annoying.
I really believe that.
You know, my superpower can be an annoyance. That's okay with me. It really is okay with me.
Doesn't surprise me that you're okay with that either.
Do you want to know what my daily gripe was last night?
Of course.
Okay, it's a really bad one for me. It's like it makes me look terrible.
Is there a such thing for you?
For me, yeah. You've
had some really bad ones before.
This makes me look bad.
Okay, let me hear it.
So I'm driving up to the cabin, and I go in the middle of nowhere, I go into a gas station to pay or get some sort of... Oh, Zion's back tonight.
You need to hit the breaking news button on that one.
Austin Rivers said that there's too much fried food in New Orleans. That's why he's
there's some
overweight.
Some good eating in New Orleans. I can see how it'd be a little tough to stay on task there.
Yeah, but you're a professional athlete. Okay. I was stopped in the middle of the state somewhere, and I walk into the gas station, and I'm paying, and then, since it's Christmas time, they said Merry Christmas, and...
Oh, my God. I don't even know if I want to hear the rest.
Every time someone says Merry Christmas to me, a chill goes down my spine.
A bad chill or a good chill?
A bad chill. Man. Like, I can't say this back type of thing, and I know this is a me thing.
And what do? You just walk away?
I just say, have a nice day.
What a jerk.
I know. I don't know where this comes from.
I know.
I don't know where this comes from.
Yeah, you do. You know. You're a hater. I think this is all part of the same issue.
No.
Yes.
A hater does not...
Why? What is wrong with saying this was when?
2 weeks ago?
Dude. We're still in December. 2 weeks ago,
this was like either Christmas Eve or Christmas Day.
And I'm flabbergasted.
You're flabbergasted. Now everybody's wishing me Merry Christmas in the chat.
So someone wished you a Merry Christmas on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and you said, have a nice day.
Yeah, I said.
Why is it that you can't say Merry Christmas back?
I don't know. It's like how...
I know you like Christmas. You play the Christmas carols and songs every year.
Wear the Grinch shirt.
You do all that, so I don't understand the problem here.
I don't either. It makes me uncomfortable.
Wait, when you say you don't know, is this like a mental block? Like you physically can't say Merry Christmas back to somebody?
Yeah, I feel uncomfortable doing it. Like,
what is uncomfortable about that?
I don't know.
I can't with you, dude.
I don't know. But
I've had enough.
Like,
I've had enough of you.
Nate Taylor says, more therapy, please.
Nate, you hit the nail on the head. This is just utterly ridiculous.
I told you that before going into it, that it was utterly ridiculous.
As many bad takes as you have.
Thanks.
I didn't think that you could get much worse than some of the ones, but this is just diabolical. You can't say Merry Christmas.
It's like when a friend says "I love you" to me. I cannot say it back.
That's different. I understand that one. But Merry Christmas is just like the
easy. I know.
There's something truly wrong with you.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, I think there is too, because I'm just
this
social
therapy.
anxiety.
Have you addressed this with your therapist? You talk a lot about your therapist.
No, I have a meeting with her in 2 weeks, so maybe I should bring
this up.
Okay.
Because I would love to hear her opinion on what's wrong with you on this one.
If I can guess, because I've been with her for about 7 years now, she's going to say it has something to do with my trust issues.
You know who else may need a therapy session?
You know what? That's amazing, because I was about to do the same exact thing. What a segue.
I beat you to it.
What a segue.
Tyreek Hill may need some therapy.
He definitely needs therapy.
One of the indications that happens that may suggest that you need therapy is when pressure mounts, you almost blurt out just things that you shouldn't say.
Yeah. You let the brain race a little bit too much.
Case in point, after the game, week 18 of the NFL season.
Mm-hmm.
Dolphins get beat.
Mm-hmm.
Tyreek Hill asked out the game, which we'll get to in a second.
Mm-hmm.
After the game, he says, "I'm out."
Yeah.
Basically saying he wanted to be traded.
Yeah.
We had sent the...
He changed his profile picture on X.
He put his face on Antonio Brown's body as he was walking out of, what was it, the Jets?
Yeah, MetLife.
MetLife, as he was waving to folks with his
no shirt
on. Yo! You can't make this stuff up.
You can't make it up.
This is, Tyreek didn't have his best year, right? About 750 yards less receiving.
He was like
about
51 yards away from 1,000.
About 50 catches less than last year.
Yeah.
His team obviously didn't make the playoffs. He didn't have his quarterback for most of the year. And so I say therapy because, he didn't have the control to kind of take a deep breath, step back. Now today, when he had the opportunity to really hit the gas pedal on this trade, he didn't ask for one. According to the GM for the Miami Dolphins, their exit meetings said nothing about it.
Now, here's what I found interesting. Mike McDaniel admitted that throughout the season, he said he fined players multiple times, but concluded that the current punitive system was, quote unquote, not enough, and said changes will need to be made going forward. The GM actually said, or McDaniel said, they met for an hour yesterday with the GM. They were both direct with each other.
Who's we? The GM and McDaniel?
McDaniel, GM,
to each other.
And Tyreek.
Oh, Tyreek involved, okay.
And so they said they discussed multiple things, and they also discussed him leaving the game, and he said it won't be tolerated in the future. Tyreek embraced accountability.
At this point, I'm sorry, Mike, and I like you as a head coach, but I think you missed your opportunity. At nipping this in the bud immediately.
How do you do this? Mike McDaniel doesn't strike me as a guy.
He's saying now that Tyreek Hill has done this, moving forward, we'll have to make changes. Mike,
I think this was a season-long thing, and now we're finding out more of what
season-long thing of what? Guys taking themselves out of games?
No, but there's players showing up late to meetings all the time.
You know what? It's too late. You've already opened the door, and the fines. They clearly, or at least you're making it seem like, they basically were turning their nose up. Like okay, so what?
Yeah, fine me. I'm going to show up when I want to show up.
That to me is as a head coach that has kind of lost his way, and not lost his way in terms of their offense and all the great things that Mike McDaniels does, but he certainly did not nip the discipline stuff away early.
No, but I also think he made the mistake that I've made before, which is try to be your friend, not your boss.
Can't do that.
You have to be the boss. You can't be the friend.
Nope. And look at all of the good teams that we talk about often. Kevin O'Connell might be the exception. And I say that because he talked about often making sure that he highlights his mistakes so that it doesn't seem as though he's standing up from, as he said, the pulpit and kind of talking down to guys.
That's what the Bears hated about Matt Eberflus, is he never took accountability.
So, I think from that standpoint, he might be a little bit different. But Tomlin, Harbaugh's, Reed, Shanahan. No, he's not in there. They're not in the playoffs. Talking about the good team.
Okay.
Even my man LaFleur. As much as I might like, I've seen him getting some guys behind.
He's a good coach. Yes. Don't let his perfect hair fool you.
I was just about to say that. His hair is immaculate.
It never moves.
Him and Sean McVay, they got the young guy hair thing.
Even
rolling.
Sean McVay, he took over as a very young head coach, and he was able to keep the team together.
I think that is the separator to me. And listen, we're not there. We don't see the behind the scenes stuff. We got to get to break. But of that tree that you're talking about, the Shanahan tree, the OG Shanahan.
Yeah.
You got little Shanahan. You
got Mike Shanahan. You got Kyle Shanahan.
Then you got McDaniel.
You got Saleh. You got DeMeco Ryan.
McDaniel's the only one out of those dudes who seems like he might be the softiest of the coaches.
He could be. I've never seen him get mad.
Never seen him get mad.
And even when they were asking him after the game about Tyreek not going into the game, even when his explanation of why you didn't go over there and talk to him, he said, I was just focused on the guys on the field.
Nah, man. This is the time to take off your headset like this.
And throw it.
And walk over there where cameras are looking.
Make a scene.
And, get your finger wagging.
Yeah, be like, I'm just yelling at you right now so that people see me yelling at you.
After one of my old minor league teammates used to do this all the time when he was making it seem like he wanted to get thrown out of a game with a. So you and I are going to go for big pizza after this game. Big pizza, pepperonis and all. We're going to do it all.
Did he toss him?
No.
You got to at least come with something if you're going to get tossed.
I'm just saying, McDaniel seems like the guy who wants, as you said, wants to be his players.
I'll take you back as an offensive coordinator, Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah, you definitely can do that. All right, let's get to break. On the other side, hopefully, Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
I have a feeling we're pushing this, but we'll see.
Have we got a new text from him yet?
Nope.
That means he might be working to get set up. Because it's been longer than 15 minutes.
Get ready. Skraby.
I can't deal with you right now. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side.
Ben and Woods on the Fan.
I was really trying to have Skraby pull up some content of Chris on the portable device doing his show.
Yeah.
Picks up a lot of his breathing.
It was that one time that he didn't know if he was on, so he just kept saying, hello, 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 hello. Dave said that too, right?
Hello, 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 hello.
I can't find it, though. I saved it, and I have no idea where it is.
Oh, my
I have
Lord.
no idea where it is, so I have to keep looking for it.
I thought that was quite funny going to break. I'm sorry.
I
horse laughed at that.
Horse laughed. It's so funny because it's true.
Little potpourri, because not sure that 15 minutes has aged well for Chris. I think he's still trying to get into his room at this point.
Should I send him another text saying we're waiting for you?
You will send him into a frenzy. Please don't. He would be so irritated.
He was setting up in the lobby at that point.
I can just see him getting all frazzled.
Like, I understand Chris really, really wants to be here for as much time as he can.
Yeah.
But every time he says he's going to be here by a certain time, I'm like, Chris, don't give yourself a time because things are fluid.
He does it every time, too. I should be on there by about 3 o'clock. If all goes well, and in my
what
mind
time
I'm
is it
like
now, Tony?
3:40, and on my mind I go every time. Well, let's anticipate it not going well because it hasn't to this point.
Yeah. He'll be here shortly, though.
He will join us at some point. Potpourri we're gonna do as we push Chris's Fantabulous Game Show. For those who don't know what potpourri is, it's a little bit of everything. Skraby, when I say that, go ahead.
Well, we have to take traffic break before we get into that.
Well, no, we can.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
What I was going to say, if you didn't interrupt me there, was if I asked you, what do you think of when I say Blake Griffin and Dirk Nowitzki? And then I would tell you, hold that thought.
Okay.
Tell me after we check traffic.
Look at this guy.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Several things that might slow you down. A crash clear on eastbound 8 right past Marina Boulevard. Now up ahead, hit and run crash near Waring Row. This one's over to the right shoulder. Also collision clearing on southbound side of 15 before the 52. South 805 before the 54. Got a collision over to the right shoulder. Looks like a vehicle went up the embankment, but emergency crews got the 2 right lanes blocked. Some trouble on the coastline, northbound 5 before Manchester. We are getting reports of a possible brush fire, some smoke visible from the right shoulder. Up ahead near Carlsbad Village Drive, there is a collision involving a couple vehicles. It's got the right lane blocked. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right. What do you think of when I talk about those two guys? What's first thought?
Blake Griffin and Dirk Nowitzki. First thought is NBA, but my next thought is Blake Griffin has great commercials.
Yeah.
His Kia commercials were great.
How about Dirk? What comes to your mind when I think of, so I say Dirk Nowitzki?
Tall dude who does a lot of fadeaway.
One-legged fadeaways.
One-legged fadeaways. I don't really know much about Dirk off the court.
That's fair. To your point about Blake Griffin having great commercials, clearly a lot of execs thought the same way because according to this article that ESPN put out, he was at the top of the list for a lot of these networks. Remember, the NBA is changing venues. They will no longer be on TNT. Prime Video will be one along with NBC. And I mentioned those two guys because they'll be the lead analysts for Prime Video, along with host Taylor Rooks, who does some of the NFL stuff on the sideline.
I gotta see a picture.
Yeah, you'll recognize it pretty quickly. Blake Griffin is a very charismatic cat. I think this is gonna do well.
Oh yeah, I know.
And the fact that all of these networks apparently had him at the top of the list, he just was waiting to pick out the right deal. Sounds like.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I never even thought of Blake Griffin as an analyst before.
He doesn't. When you hear him speak, it makes sense, but he doesn't like go out of his way to put himself out there, as we see most guys do moving into this to this side. What you got going over there? You all right?
I hear something.
Uh-oh. Does that mean Chris is here? Yeah. Right.
All right. Let's see. Chris, you're on the air. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Oh, hello. Hey.
Sounding nice there, brother. How are you?
I've been sitting here for 25 minutes.
You have not been sitting there for 25 minutes.
How was the
Waiting
travel?
for Skraby to push the right button.
You finally got into your room. Can you hear me?
God. It was a battle, guys. Yeah, I hear you great.
Okay.
I feel like I'm a little delayed though.
No.
I feel like you are a little delayed too, which we will deal with in the next break. Sorry, you got to deal with it for 10 minutes. Yes, we're delayed.
I'm waiting for him to respond.
Hey, Chris, why don't you try calling back? Hang up and call back, okay? I'm going to put you back down. I'm going to keep you on the camera, but he's going to hang up and call back. He has not been sitting there for 25 minutes, so I can tell you that for fact.
Of course he wasn't, because the moment he turned it on, you heard it, and we were off to the races.
All right, let's try this again. Chris?
Yes.
That's a little.
I think it's a little bit better, but we'll deal with this for now, and then we'll go ahead and try to fix it in a little bit.
Tell us about your travel today, Chris.
Fix it. Went incredibly not smoothly, Tony and Skraby. We got to the, it's just simple stuff, but the flight, first of all, into Reno. Reno is at altitude, so we had to go up over the mountains. And it was one of those hair-raising flights, where you drop like 20 feet, and then you steady, and then you rock, and then you drop 10. I mean, it was.
I love that. I love it.
I'm sure you loved it. A lot of the kids on the team were actually screaming. So
Screaming?
It was quite a harrowing. I don't want to say like blood curdling, but
they were screaming.
They were screaming nonetheless.
Yeah.
It was a crazy flight. And then we got here, and we were on time at 2:00, but our bus was 20 minutes late picking us up, so we had to wait for our bus. And then there was miscommunication where to pick up the bus. So we walked over to this side of the airport. The bus went to the other side of the airport. Then we walked to the other side. You know how that goes, Tony.
Yeah.
Although you don't know how that goes because you travel with the Padres, and if something like this happened on one of your road trips, Mike Schilt, I know, would not be pleased, nor would anybody else. We finally found the bus.
Mike wouldn't be pleased, but I do want to remind you that I spent a lot of time in the minor leagues, and that's very much how the travel goes. The bus is going to be here. No, it's over there. 5-10 minutes of, kind of schedule snafus, and then
everybody's grumbling.
Everybody is irritated. That's typically how those minor league travel goes.
And then we got to the hotel, and I've been to this hotel in Reno for 10, 12 years. We've always stayed here. And every single time we've ever got here, the nice lady from the hotel comes up. She's got all of our keys in her, hand and hands them out to everybody. And we go right up to our room. Of course, that didn't happen today. They didn't have our room keys printed out. So we had to sit and wait for 20 minutes for that to happen. But alas, I'm here. So
caught him by surprise, as usual.
Yes, I know. We were not very stealth in getting here, but evidently the hotel still did not pick us up on the radar.
One of the things we were getting ready to get into, Chris, is talking about Blake Griffin. Dirk Nowitzki have been announced as Prime Video's analysts for next season, and just getting Skraby's thoughts on those two guys. What you think of when you think of the word analyst and those two guys? It's two guys you didn't necessarily think you would see in this position.
No, I mean I think Dirk Nowitzki. I've heard him interviewed many times, and I think he's very good.
Yeah.
So I think he'll do fine. Blake Griffin, I don't know as much about his personality, but I got to believe that, these guys are going to be all right. I know that I probably won't have to watch them very often because you guys know me. I'm probably not going to watch too many games on Prime Video because I don't like to watch.
I was thinking about this when Tony said it. Like, how is Chris going to deal with this when
he's not dealing with it?
You love the NBA, though. Your Bulls are playing. You're not going to go watch on Prime Video?
I don't have to worry about it. The Bulls are scheduled on national TV about twice a year these days. So
all right, good point.
It's not really difficult. Yeah, they're never on. But no, I mean, is that going to be the case, Tony? I'm not aware. Is every game going to be on Prime Video next year? Is that the only place they're going to do NBA?
No, NBC also has some games. I still think ESPN will be involved. It's going to be kind of a scatter of different a la carte games.
Yeah.
It's kind of what Major League Baseball is hoping to do down the line, should they be able to get the New York Yankees and the Dodgers and the Red Sox to give up their TV rights, which is a whole nother conversation that we'll have to have. The other NBA news that has been bubbling here as Lake is our guy, Jimmy Butler, one that we enjoy because of how hard he plays. Jimmy's not happy any longer in Miami. You've been kind of seeing this coming. Pat Riley, who is an old school as they come, going back to when, I think it was a couple years ago, Jimmy Butler made those comments about if he was healthy, the Celtics would have lost. That caught the ire of Pat Riley, who then said, I don't know why he's speaking. He needs to be on the floor more, blah, blah, blah. Ever since then, this thing has kind of gone cattywampus, as you like to say, and it kind of peaked with Jimmy Butler being suspended for 7 games for conduct detrimental to the team. And possibly being traded at this point.
There must be something in the water in Miami. That's all I can say. Obviously, Jimmy Butler wants out of there. Tyreek Hill doesn't seem like he can get out of there fast enough. Although I don't know if you guys talked about it. I know Chris Greer,
we talked about
Dolphins general manager, who I don't necessarily believe him, but he said that Tyreek Hill didn't ask for a trade, and they had a very productive meeting. It was so productive that he refused to tell anybody anything that was said in the meeting. That tells you probably how productive it wasn't. But yeah, Tyreek Hill wants out. Jimmy Butler wants out. There's something with I've talked to some guys who played in the NHL before, and I don't know if this translates to basketball or to football. But the hockey teams that play in Florida, Tampa Bay and the Florida Panthers, especially, right? They're the 2 Florida teams. A lot of the other players around the NHL think that those guys have kind of a country club lifestyle. After all, they don't have any snow. They don't have any cold weather in the winter when hockey. And it's interesting because Tampa Bay's won 2 Stanley Cups in the last few years. Florida, the Panthers won the Stanley Cup last year. And a lot of the NHL players don't like the fact that these guys get a different lifestyle than they do during the season. But this obviously doesn't translate to the NBA and to the NFL. Because you'd think Jimmy Butler and Tyreek Hill would like getting to play in the warm weather in the country club world of Miami.
Now, I can't speak to
so I don't know.
I can't speak to Tyreek Hill because, he jumped ship when he was on a good team and went to get the bag, and then now he's upset that he's on a team that's not as good as the team that he left. Jimmy Butler has typically done this in 2 cases, when he wanted to win, when he wanted to get paid. Both times, he ended up being the one that looked right in this one. I don't know that this one is making him look good. Now, I will say I don't think Pat Riley is making the Heat look good by suspending him for comments that ultimately just said, I'm looking to get my joy back in this game that I've lost. Remember, his father passed away last year, and you've kind of seen him almost emotionally detached since that moment. But the other thing that I think he's pushing for is he wants to be on a good team. The Heat seemingly have stalled out, and we know Jimmy, when he's not happy, he can be a thorn. We watched him go into we talked about it extensively when he was in Minnesota before he got traded, just basically turning up with the second squad, beating everybody, and letting the GM know about it every bucket he scored. Now, I don't know how that would fly with Pat Riley, which is probably why he's just suspended now and not even given a chance. But this one is going to, I think, get resolved, or the end result will be him getting traded, is what I think. Because Pat Riley doesn't seem like the type that plays around with this too much.
No, he doesn't. But I'm going to tell you what, if Jimmy Butler gets traded to a contending team, and right now, I don't know, how many teams do you think are legit contenders for the NBA title? I mean, obviously, Oklahoma City is on fire right now. They seem like they're, a cut above the West, but Denver's still there.
Yeah.
Minnesota, I still think, can get back into the hunt. The East, you got Boston, Milwaukee, etc. I'm going to say this: if Jimmy Butler goes to any of those teams, I think it might make them a champion.
No doubt.
I think he can be that much of a difference maker in the postseason.
I think
one of those good teams.
The team that he's been rumored to most is the Suns. He certainly would help that team that seems they don't have a dog like Jimmy Butler. I mean, as good as KD is, Jimmy Butler's willing to do all the dirty work. You know what I'm saying? And so, you're right. If a contending team can get him, I'm sure it's not going to be cheap, but he's certainly the type of guy that can help. He is 35. I think that's something to keep in mind. He's not going to sign an extension before the free agency period opens, so any team that gives something up for him will have to pay attention to it. Let's get to break. 4 o'clock hour on the other side.
Chris vs. the Fans, 833-288-0973.
Chris Ello is here.
Yeah.
And he sounds like he's on time. No delay.
Yes, I wasn't in my haste to hook up the laptop. I forgot to get on my phone connected to the hotel internet.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why the first segment I was sounding a little delayed. But that's all fixed now. And I was the one who troubleshooted that, Tony.
Yes, he did. It was no Skraby help at all.
Nope.
I'm very proud. Very proud of that.
Go ahead and hit the breaker.
Oh, wait. I wasn't ready for the breaker, but here we go.
This is breaking news from 97.3 The Fan.
And if you couldn't tell by Chris's, it's more National League West.
Unbelievable.
People coming in.
I don't know if is this a big deal?
This may not be a big deal, but if he is back to at least close to normal, it's a big deal.
Let's put it, before you tell everybody who it is, we just brought 3 more Cy Young Awards into the division.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, you've got Kershaw, who's got a bunch. Blake Snell's in the division with a couple. Now,
Mr. Justin Verlander signs with the Giants. 1-year deal. He'll go to the Bay Area.
Pending physical, which Chris has a great question for you.
Well, remember, the Giants, they were the ones that got the ball rolling when it came to Mr. Correa. Remember this a couple years ago.
He didn't pass their physical.
He didn't pass their physical.
That's
So
true.
I guess it's not a guarantee.
Justin Verlander's 42.
He does. And I'm sure when they open, they look at them pictures. Ain't nothing pretty in that shoulder at 41. I promise you that. So,
what is Tony, as a player, we know we go for a physical. The doctor asks us to cough a couple of times.
Turn your head to the side and cough.
Yeah, on we go.
Tony's doing it for us right now.
What is Justin Verlander going to have to do to pass a physical, or is it different for every athlete?
It depends on the doctor that's looking at it. And all these teams, some of these teams have the same doctor, some of them don't. And they'll look at the pictures, and at this point, the doctors they've looked at 1 billion shoulders, and they know that any baseball player's shoulder that they look at ain't gonna look great. It's just it's just what it is. Whether you're a pitcher, position player, shortstop, infielder, your shoulder underneath all the skin, it doesn't look good. Because throwing a baseball is not a normal human motion. That being said, they're looking for red flags, whatever that may be in that elbow, in that shoulder, whatever it is. For him, it's more likely going to be both. At 41, they're going to look at all of it. But
42.
42. Assuming, he passes, if he is back to healthy, I'm not saying you're going to get the Verlander of the 3 Cy Young Award Verlander, but I would imagine this dude can still pitch, especially if he's healthy. He wasn't healthy pretty much all season last year. He came back at the end, really tried to give it a go, wasn't good enough. I wouldn't be surprised at all if you get a better version of Justin Verlander in 25.
That's great news, Tony. I'm really
sorry.
excited. You've got this division continues to stockpile players, and whether the Padres are doing basically what they did last year, but instead of us looking at that and going, okay, we're going to be patient because we know that AJ Preller is going to move and get these things done. We trust it. We're so concerned because we're reacting to what all the other teams are doing.
And that's the difference.
And that's dangerous,
Yeah.
but that's what we're doing here. Every time we see another signing in this division, we feel like the Padres are falling further out of it.
Well, listen, I think, we are the ones doing it. AJ Preller's not doing it, which is all that really matters ultimately. He's not panicking at this point.
Yeah, right.
That being said, I do think it's fair for people to feel like we are falling behind, right? Because although the Padres didn't do anything until last year, or until spring training last year, it was a little bit easier to deal with because it was just the Dodgers that were actually doing other things. Diamondbacks signed a couple dudes, but be real, none of us were like, "Oh man, Diamondbacks, they did it."
That's another Cy Young in the division, by the way, Corbin Burns.
That's right.
Forgot to mention.
And that was them coming off of a World Series appearance. I don't think people felt the same way. But this year, this offseason, it's not just been the Dodgers. It's literally been everybody not named the Rockies and Padres in the division that have made not just moves, but significant moves. Adames, Verlander. I'm missing another one for the Giants. But ever since they got Buster Posey at the helm, all of a sudden they are moving and shaking. The Diamondbacks, yes, they do lose a big piece in Christian Walker. Not going to be easy to replace. But they didn't waste much time, though. Josh Naylor, make the deal for. They signed Corbin Burns, who is a bona fide frontline starter.
Number one.
And he's pitching at home. That's the other thing. He's getting to go where he lives. It's a different type deal when you are sleeping in the bed that, you sleep in during the offseason. So, I think it's fair for people to be a little concerned. Now, I think, as I've said many times, AJ has earned all of our trust at this point, considering the jobs he's done. Doesn't make this job any easier. This one in particular in 2025, given, all of the circumstances that surround it.
And as Skraby is right, and take that with a grain of salt. But if Skraby's
point is really good.
Well, we'll see if this one's really good. He said January 15th. That's kind of the line of demarcation for Roki Sasaki.
That's when we'll be looking.
All the money becomes available. So we're looking at another week, basically, because we've already said this. If the Padres don't get Sasaki, it is going to be almost impossible to keep back the tidal wave of emotion that's going to come out from Padre fans.
Yeah, assuming they can't get anybody comparable to that, if that does happen, right? It's certainly going to be impossible to stop what I would call full-on panic at that point.
people running around in the streets.
I'm really trying not to, because I even said last night, I'm really trying to stay in the mindset of we're not to the season yet. We're not to spring training yet. We still have time. AJ Preller finds guys that are looking for teams, and he gets them for a good price. Michael Walker was signed during spring training. Jerickson Profar years ago was signed in January. So I do think
Jerickson signed pretty late this year, didn't he?
He hasn't even signed this year.
No, I'm saying going into last season, he signed pretty late too.
So we still have time to wait, but yes, Roki Sasaki, if that indeed becomes truth, will be tough.
And let's, why not? We're kicking this all around. Right, we're getting into the panic of all panics. But it's going to be double panic if he goes to a team in the NL West instead of the Padres.
Did he?
And, of course, we keep hearing the Dodgers is the other big possibility.
I honestly hadn't even...
Are we at full panic mode yet like this?
That'll be completely...
I know you really want to get there, Scrape. You want to get to full panic mode.
I don't actually want to get there.
Feels like you do. Feels like you can't wait to get there.
I'm resisting the urge to get there.
Man, I lost my point. I was going to say. Oh, I hadn't even thought about, honestly, Sasaki ending up somewhere in the National League West not named San Diego. Hadn't thought about it. The Dodgers, for all the talk that they seemingly are always involved in, I'm not sure that that's the spot that he ends up going, based on what we know about him and what we've heard. But, it is the Dodgers.
Yeah, we'll revisit at 5 o'clock what Tony and I talked about with Roki Sasaki and whether or not what's going on with the Padres currently is something that can affect their chances with him. But we'll talk about that at 5.
All right.
At this point, I think we got to keep going, guys, till 12. I'm just kidding. We'll go to Chris first. Should we? I don't know.
Yeah, no, we can't go to Chris versus.
Okay, thank you for being my voice of reason. We're gonna have to do it next.
We went a little far. Chris, since you missed the first part of the show, one of the things we did talk about was, and we've been very careful about how we've talked about what's transpired in the last 24 hours, in terms of the Padres and kind of the lawsuit that's up. But we've kind of talked a little bit earlier about how it could affect the optics of it. Forget what's actually happening, but the optics, how that it could affect free agency and possibly the Sasaki deal. And I took us back to Joel Wolf's comments back in December. Not that far.
Thank you. That's the first time it's ever not been used on me.
Not
think it's
that
like
long. It's like
literally
literally,
a
it's
month.
not even a month ago. It's like 3.5 weeks ago.
Seems like ancient days, Tony.
At the Wiener meetings.
Exactly. That's when the snafu happened. I was trying to say winter meetings. I said wiener meetings, and
they're going to be that forevermore. I have a
Oh,
feeling.
man. Yes.
But I brought the point up that it could affect it, right? And oftentimes when these situations pop up, the actual team is the thing that ends up kind of paying the price for it. And so if you're Sasaki and you're looking at this, and you're his agent and you're looking at this, does it give you pause? Because all the money's going to be the same across the board for him, especially after January 15th.
You hope it doesn't, Tony, and I don't know how we can't judge it, but I don't think you're wrong. I think the optics of what's happening now with this lawsuit is the fan base is going to wonder, is the organization going to be able to spend the same kind of money and stay on the same track while this is going on? And even if they are doing exactly the same thing behind the scenes that they've always done, which is a possibility, people are going to still wonder about it if a certain player doesn't sign, if a player doesn't, goes elsewhere, if a Profar doesn't come back, if a Kim doesn't come back, if a Sasaki doesn't choose San Diego. So it's going to be two-pronged. It's going to be from the fans, and then you have to wonder, like you said, about other players. I do think one thing is worth addressing, and that is this crazy notion that because of this lawsuit, all of a sudden our franchise is in jeopardy. I mean, you talk about people running around in the streets losing their minds. That is losing your mind.
Yeah.
Okay? There is absolutely nowhere has anybody even hinted that would be something that would be on the table. But I keep reading it, and I know people are, in the back of their minds are bringing it to the front of their minds.
And for those who may not understand what Chris is talking about, he's talking about because of this, it's spiraling into the franchise moving out of San Diego.
Yeah, it goes into the franchise being sold, which it may. I mean, we don't know. And then it goes immediately to that they're going to relocate. I'm like, where did the relocation come from?
You may ask why people are coming to the conclusion that it may be sold. Well, Evan Drellich of The Athletic wrote an article, and he was on Foul Territory today. And he virtually made the point that a lot of times in these situations, the only recourse is a settlement. And a settlement, a lot of times, ends up being a sell. Doesn't mean the team would be moving, but new ownership. And, for San Diegans who've been here, as long as I have at least, they know that's a dice roll. Getting guaranteed good ownership is not a foregone conclusion. And for those of us who've been here for a long time, know that. It does not, just because someone buys the team does not necessarily mean they will then be the type of owner that, quite frankly, we've grown accustomed to over the past 7-8 years, and that's something that you definitely have to balance while all this is going on. And so,
one thing that none of us can do anything about is the unfortunate and the passing of Peter Zeigler.
Yeah,
I mean, that happened, and now we have to deal with the repercussions from that. And apparently, there are some repercussions now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a lawsuit. So
I have to say, one of the things that I when you said that, I immediately thought about Detroit. Their owner, I think it was Litch, was
Talking
the
Tigers.
Yes.
Ilitch.
Ilitch, excuse me.
Mike Ilitch
was the owner. He before I remember this very, very well because Prince Fielder was a free agent that year. And part of the reason why they signed Prince was because Yiddish knew he wasn't going to be around long, and he wanted to see his team have a chance to win. And so they went in on it. But look at what happened after he passed. The team has not been anywhere close to where they had been. Now, last year was finally the step in the right direction, but look how long that was. That's about 12 years between when he passed and when the organization got back on track. And so, these, as Chris was saying, unfortunately, you don't control none of these things, but they can have an impact moving forward. All right, we got to get to break. 4:16. On the other side, a little Chris versus the fans?
Yes.
Chris versus fans. 833-288-0973. Here's some traffic.
From the
Steph Curry was drafted 7th overall in the 2009 NBA draft. Who did the Clippers select at number 1 overall that year?
Oh, man. Oh, Blake Griffin?
Ah,
Wow.
nice.
That's
Did he
pretty
pull it
awesome.
out?
He did
Wow.
Good
That
call.
was great. I was
Wow,
just about to
very
say, this
good.
is a question number 3,
He
isn't
was,
it?
he was, came out the gate spectacular with the Kia commercials.
Oh, yeah.
And then he got hurt. He didn't play his rookie year, remember. He got hurt in the preseason. Didn't see him the rest of the year. All right.
Didn't he jump over Kias and dunk the ball?
He jumped over Kia in the dunk contest. It was like
Yeah.
perfect marketing for Kia that
He
year.
also was like a stunt man in one of the commercials. He was really funny.
All right, here we go. Question number 3. This thing could all be over after this question. Oh, this is a good one.
Thank you.
Before, at least according to Pittsburgh's fans, the dreaded Mike Tomlin was head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. What team was he the defensive coordinator for? I did not know this.
Me neither.
Oh, man. Absolutely no idea. Let's go with the Bears.
The Bears.
Oh, the Bears.
Stay there, Sean.
You know what? I'm almost sure you asked this question before.
Really?
Yes. He was the Vikings, I think. Didn't you? I'm almost sure you asked this.
Uh-oh.
I didn't ask this, but that
That
is correct.
He is
Well,
a
then
Viking.
I know it's from somewhere. I don't know where
Sorry,
I got
Sean.
it.
I'm really sorry about that. I thought we were about to just wrap up the game here. Yeah, he was the Vikings defensive coordinator. You know he took over the Steelers at 35?
I know he won a Super Bowl his first year, right?
First or second?
First or second year?
Second year. Yeah, I went all over his stats preparing for the debate.
I got you for this debate. I can't wait till we get into this bad boy.
Because I'm standing for the Steelers fans.
You and Michael Venezuela are going to be standing holding the bag of losses the next couple
Let me tell you
years after
something.
you let them go.
Let me tell you something. The Raiders, they're waiting and begging the Steelers to get rid of Mike Tomlin.
Get rid of him. Please. That's
Mike
what they're asking.
Tomlin would be great for the Raiders.
The Raiders.
The Raiders.
All right, let's get our next contestant.
Oh, yeah,
I know one thing. They wouldn't go 2-15 again.
Yeah, no, they're not. I
They'll
don't
go
think so.
4-13. Let's go.
According to you, they'll just go 9-8 again, you hater.
That's true.
Hater.
Let's go to, you know what? We haven't taken a call from Clay in a long time. Hello, Clay.
Hello, Clay.
Clay.
What's going on, guys? Happy New Year.
Happy
New
New
Year,
Year, my
Clay.
friend. Here we go. First question.
Let's get it.
How about a golf question? Who's the number 1 golfer in the world right now?
Gotta still be Scotty Scheffler.
That's right.
See, he had to
My
pull out
guy.
of the tournament. Your guy.
My guy, I helped develop. Yes. I did see he had to pull out of the last tournament.
He was like cooking.
And, this is start when you start getting older. That back.
We did not.
No, it was he like
Wasn't it
was
back?
no, it was like cooking, and he like
No,
hurt
he
himself.
sliced his hand.
Yeah.
That's right. He did slice
What's the
it.
matter with these guys? I mean, wear a glove. You're a professional golfer. You can't be risking that.
He was cooking with that sharp blade he had.
Yeah.
All right, here we
Well,
go.
he did spend some time in jail, so he needs the he
See,
has the work.
See, there you go. There you go.
He's a Tony Gwynn disciple and a felon.
Question number 2. There were 3, count them, 3 NFL quarterbacks with over 40 touchdowns this season.
Passes. I did
40
say that.
touchdown passes this season. He did not say that. Name 2 of the 3.
Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Stay there.
I'm pretty sure Joe Burrow was one. I'm going to go with him. The other one, I don't know if he got, I'm going to shoot. Did Lamar get 40? Baker Mayfield had a lot. I'm going to go with Jared Goff and whoever I said first, Joe Burrow.
Wow.
You literally talked yourself right out of the answers.
You said them all.
Did?
Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and indeed Baker Mayfield, the three guys with 40. Clay, you're on to the next round, my friend.
Stay there.
We're still alive, baby.
Question number 3. Who was the last Alabama QB to be drafted in the first round?
AJ McCarron?
Old A.J. McCarron.
Still hear Brent Musburger talking about his wife.
That is incorrect.
Oh, that Catherine Webb.
Mr. Ello for the steal.
You just need to be a quarterback, kids.
I really can't believe that Skraby would put this as a number 3, but I just can't believe there would have been another Alabama quarterback drafted after him in the first round. So I'm going to go with Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Tagovailoa. Also incorrect.
Oh.
Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah, him
Tua
too.
Tagovailoa.
Also wrong. The answer? Bryce Young.
Yeah.
My God, I'm so stupid.
Question.
It's like just last year.
By the way, Bryce Young completely turned it around.
I know. I probably hadn't rooted for anybody that hard.
By the way, stay there, Clay. Since
Russell Wilson. I liked what I saw from Bryce. Here's why. You watched a dude that literally you could see it in his face had no confidence, like zero. Like he had been it had been zapped from him. And then he comes back, and you can gradually see from the first game that they won when he came back, his confidence grow and grow and grow. And it just goes to show you a confident athlete is the best athlete. And no matter how, I think Bryce Young was the first quarterback take. He was first pick in that draft.
Yeah, he was number 1. Number 2 was C.J. Stroud.
And if I recall, I think we all said that Carolina was stupid, that they should have taken Stroud. And it was the one time in our lives that we were actually right. But now Bryce Young is starting to make that an argument again.
Yeah, I think we often get so caught up in instant success that we tend to kind of frown upon it when it doesn't happen. But we've seen a lot of stories this year, whether it's Darnold, whether it's Young, guys who Mayfield, who struggled out of the gate and have, those two last guys I named in particular, Mayfield and Darnold, have really turned their careers around. I mean, Darnold's about to get paid. He's about to have some money trees, yes. Very much so. He's going to get paid, Skraby.
You think he's going to stay with the Vikings?
I don't know if he's going to be with the Vikings.
Because they have J.J. McCarthy.
But here's the thing. And Chris, you will remember this. Do you remember when the Seahawks went out and signed Flynn from the Green Bay Packers and they drafted Russell Westbrook the same year? Well, God, I keep messing that up. Russell Wilson.
Your guy, too.
I know. Both of them are my guys. That's
They signed Flynn because
to a big deal.
He threw 6 touchdowns in the final game of the regular season.
That's right.
And then became a free agent, and they just said, oh, he's the greatest quarterback of all time. And then he never even played for the Seahawks, basically, because he got beat out by Russell Westbrook.
Wilson. Oh, I see what you were doing there. I see what you were doing there.
So I'm happy to see Bryce Young finish the year on a high note, and now all of a sudden,
their coach. You know what? Give their coach a little credit.
Yeah,
down
for
there.
sure.
Dave Canales.
He recognized that the guy needed to sit down and kind of figure it out again. And instead of keep throwing him out there to the wolves to keep getting less and less confident, he took him out of the lineup for a few weeks, and it turned out to be the best thing ever for him.
I will speak to that a little bit more when we get on the other side of my own experience of having a game like so sped up on you that you forget that you're actually good at the sport that you're playing. More Gwynn and Chris on the other side. We got a big 5 on the way. 4-14, 5:50 left to go in the first half. Verlander, $15 million. $5 million pay cut from last year. I think he made 20. Oh, my camera. Stupid camera.
I hate that camera so much. It's that camera.
AI, overrated.
And Adam keeps saying that we're the ones using it wrong.
No, this thing is possessed, is what it is.
Anyway, yeah, $15 million for 1 year.
$15 million for Ver. Lastly.
Who just tuned in.
Yeah. Lastly, Mike McCarthy. We talked about Jerry Jones and his shenanigans. He has decided not to grant the Chicago Bears an opportunity to speak with him. Part of me thinks that sometimes Jerry realizes he messed up. Because this was the way he approached this whole thing, going to his scrum and talking about telling McCarthy to go ahead and go talk. It didn't make a whole lot of sense for him or his organization how that would work. Because clearly he had been signaling up to that point that he seemingly wanted to bring him back. And so for him to say all of a sudden 2 days ago, yeah, go ahead and talk. We don't want anybody here who doesn't want to be here. Stop it, Jerry. This is maybe was the end result was that you just wanted to get here. I don't know what it is. He's been waiting to like the last minute to finish the last 3 deals, whether it was CeeDee Lamb, whether it was Dak Prescott, whether it was Mike McCarthy the first time that this happened. So
do you think that so should we just assume by this news that McCarthy's going to be back with Dallas?
I would think so.
Yeah. Sorry, Cowboy fans. I mean, seriously, if you're really a diehard Cowboy fan, Mike McCarthy coming back for another season cannot exactly make you that excited. It really can't.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been nothing but a colossal failure there to me, and every time he's had a winning season and a good team, he's flamed out immediately in the playoffs. So yeah. I don't know how, if you're a diehard, Cowboy, how this can be good news.
Real quick, I told you guys before went to break, we were talking Bryce Young and confidence. I know there was times in my career where even in the minor leagues, you'd be going so bad that, Skipper got to give you a couple days just to kind of reset the mind. Because as sports go, when you are competing at a high level and you're like making outs in my sports case, it could feel like you've never played the game in your life. And at times when you watch Bryce Young, if you looked at his face and his production, it felt like he thought that at times, and it certainly looked like that at times. And now you fast forward to the end of the season, last 4, 5, 6 weeks of the season, he's looked like a different quarterback. I like that. I like a guy who can stick in there and just figure out a way to get better. So kudos to him.
I think talent, there's no question, obviously, that the most important thing to being a successful, especially professional athlete, is the talent, the God-given talent, and, your effort level, and you being willing to, do everything you've got with that talent. But I'm telling you, confidence in your own abilities
no doubt.
Is a close second, Tony.
It is.
Because we've seen guys with incredible talent. I mean, Skraby will tell you about golfers. Well, all of a sudden you get something called the yips. Can't swing the club anymore. These are professionals who honestly, what was the guy's name? David Duval?
Oh, yeah.
Skraby, who was the top.
That was Tiger's arch nemesis for a little bit.
Yeah, number one golfer in the world. He ended up playing in tournaments and shooting 95 in the first round.
He had
vertigo
issues. And
Yeah,
right.
no, it just goes to show you. I mean, and to your point, Chris, you've seen less talented dudes be the most confident guy in the room, and their play matched that. I played with a guy, and I love him to death. Jerry Harrison Jr. is one of the most confident people I ever played. And he will tell you, I played up because my confidence was so high in himself. And it's it's an example in sports of how it's not really just in sports, it's in life. If you are a confident individual, you can make some things happen, for sure.
But how many times have we seen guys, baseball, I think it comes out more than any other sport, though. But you watch a guy who's a career 300 hitter, and he honestly doesn't look like he's ever stood in the batter's box before.
For sure.
Like this will happen for like a week and a half. And you'll be like, what is going on?
It's a tough game,
so
for
weird.
sure. All right,
Graham Pauly got a he swung through a fastball to hit him in the face or a curveball to hit him in the face.
Right.
So.
I don't know that that's the example.
He doesn't
we were
play for the
looking
Padres anymore, so
That's cold-blooded. See,
taking a shot at a
that's
guy.
the hater in you right
You were
there.
terrible.
I had to go to that one right
well,
there.
that's the first thing that
Of
came to
course it
mind
is. Of
was
course it
Grandpa swinging through a pitch and it hitting him in the face.
Oh my Lord! I know Skraby's also getting a little
I'm
sick
fine.
because we definitely have
I'm
a carryover
fine.
coming. Let's get to traffic, then the Big Five.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
A couple of crashes on southbound 15 in the North County. One is right before Carmel Mountain Road. It's over the right shoulder. Then up ahead, accident clearing before Miramar Way. Also traveling on southbound 5 near Civic Center in the downtown area. Got a hit-and-run accident. Car and motorcycle involved. They're over the right shoulder. Then a crash clearing from the Pershing Drive on-ramp to southbound 5. Traveling on westbound 8 before Severn. We have reports of some tire tread in the right lane. Thinking the RV on the right shoulder might be the responsible party there. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
If you love Mediterranean food, try Spiro's for authentic Mediterranean cuisine in Coronado or La Jolla. For dining or takeout options, visit spiroscuisine.com.
Scrape, do you think people get a kick out of the fact that on the chat on the YouTube that every time the Family Guy character says,
"Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Who the hell cares?"
Yeah, who the hell cares?
I mouth that on screen. I do it every time. I can't help it.
Now everybody's going to be looking for it. Now that
Me
you
too.
bring it
Right
up
now,
there.
people are going to look for it. Yeah.
Chris is a big for Chris, and what you know about him, he loves South Park and he loves Family Guy.
I
so
do.
very
I like both
interesting.
shows.
Very
Both shows.
interesting.
Yeah.
All right, let's get into it. And I know we're headed for a carryover, so we're just gonna do this nice and simple. And CBS Sports is trying to get to the MLB season because they posted an article, and I figure this was a busy work article, but their writers were tasked, I can't say it, naming their pick for the best Major League Baseball player over the next 5 seasons, so 2025 through 2030. These were the players selected by the writers. There were votes for Bobby Witt Jr., Ronald Acuna Jr., Gunnar Henderson, and an honorable mention for Fernando Tatis Jr. Bobby Witt Jr. was the only one with multiple votes for the best player over the next 5 seasons. Tony, who do you think will be the best player in baseball over the next 5 seasons? It was 4 writers.
And they picked those 4 guys? Or 3 guys?
2 of them picked Bobby Witt. 1 picked Ronald Acuna. I think Matt Snyder picked Ronald Acuna. Gunnar Henderson was the other. And then Fernando Tatis Jr. was mentioned as someone that they could see being on this list.
Next 5 years?
Next 5 years.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Juan Soto.
I guess that wasn't even a choice. I mean, they didn't even select him.
I think that's who it's going to be. It's 26, right?
Juan?
Because Manny was 28 when he got to free agency, I believe, right?
I'm really bad at ages.
I'm pretty sure he's 26.
He's 26.
Yeah, I think it'll be Juan Soto.
I didn't even think about that, to be honest.
Bobby Witt, it would be my next pick.
All right, Chris, who's the next?
Oh, you know, I love Juan Soto. Of course, it's going to be Juan Soto.
I do know how much
you love him. This is an easy one. You know what? Here's the funny thing. When you brought this topic up, I thought you were bringing it up for the express purpose of mentioning Jackson Merrill in here.
He was not chosen.
But obviously he wasn't thought of.
No.
I don't know that Jackson Merrill, can be thought of yet in the elite class of, Bobby Witt Jr. and Ronald Acuna and even Fernando. But my mind went to Jackson Merrill. So, the expectation can be high for this young man, especially in 2025.
And that was a subject matter we kicked around before today's show that we'll put on the back burner until tomorrow.
All right. right.
Okay. Tony's producing the show. This is great. I got no.
Well,
this is great because I don't have to deal with tomorrow's one segment tomorrow. So it's good stuff. All right, we're done, I guess.
Number 4.
Hold on. Sorry about that.
What, are you eating crackers?
No.
Choking
I
on.
should be eating crackers or something. Because
Are you having a bar?
No, I don't know what's going on. All of a sudden, my throat is hurting. Scott Hansen.
Uh-oh, you getting sick?
No. For one of our favorite guys.
The last time he said that, Tony,
Yeah, I
he
know.
gave me COVID.
I
just want you to know.
I know. That's why I put my arm over my face immediately.
No, yeah, okay, we're fine. Scott Hansen, our guy from Red Zone, he has long used... Tony's holding his arm over his face so that he doesn't get sick. If you guys don't watch YouTube at some point, you have to. Go to the YouTube, search 97.3 The Fan for
I've
all of our
never
shows.
felt so safe and germ-free in all of my life being here in Las Vegas.
Good for you,
being in
Chris.
Reno. Yeah.
You're in Reno. That's a way worse place than the studio.
Maybe.
So Scott Hansen has long used the catchphrase, quote, 7 hours of commercial-free football starts now, as Red Zone is starting. And he did so again a few Sundays ago. Even though he knew Red Zone was about to show commercials on its broadcast, people were very upset at this quote-unquote lie. And our favorite host on TV, Scott Hansen, has now posted an apology on social media. He said, quote, I just wanted to take a quick second and apologize for using the commercial-free catchphrase at the top of the last show. I was conflicted about it beforehand. I had a tough decision to make, and I made the wrong decision, and I'm sorry. I try to be the best host I could possibly be, but being a great host means being accurate, being truthful, and having integrity, and so I hope you consider accepting this apology, end quote. I think Scott, I'm just going to ask Chris. Did he need to apologize, Chris?
Before I answer this question, I want to put Scott Hansen in the proper perspective.
Please do.
I rate him as one of my favorite people on earth. All right? So that's kind of that's the high esteem with which I place Scott Hansen. Having said that, he absolutely did not have to apologize. I'm totally sticking up for him here. The commercials that the people are upset about are not actually breaking away from the coverage. It's just where the screen gets a little smaller, and then they run a commercial down the side of the screen. I have absolutely no problem with that. And people, get a life if that's what you're really angry about. Come on.
Tony, did he need to apologize?
I think the proper term that goes around in 2025 is snowflake. Seems like there's a lot of them watching the red zone. The fact that he had to apologize because so many people were so angry that the screen got a little bit smaller, even though you could still see the football teams standing on the sideline doing nothing as they were waiting for the timeout to end.
Yeah.
That they were so upset that he needed to issue an apology. So stupid on so many levels.
Yeah.
Scott, in God we trust.
Right.
In Scott Hansen we trust. Come on.
Fair enough.
Rod says Elo's top 3 favorite people. Number 3, his cat. I'll say his dog. Number 2, his wife.
Yep.
And number 1, Scott Hansen.
Scott Hansen, baby.
Scott's 1.5. George Carlin's on
Oh, George Carlin.
But he's passed away, so I guess that
Of the living, that's the list.
Right,
yes,
right.
yes.
Number 3.
Now, this is going to be a story that dominates off-season headlines. Brock Purdy needs a new contract, everyone. He recently said he just wants to get it done early so he can focus on building towards next year. Spotrac gives Purdy a market value of $59.7 million per year.
That's quite pricey.
Which would, you're telling me, which would make him the second highest paid quarterback annually, only behind Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Tony, I'm changing my question.
Oh, wait. What's going to be the original?
No, the original was, do you think he gets top dollar? Here's my question. Where do you think he ends up ranking in quarterback pay? Since I'm changing my question, I have to go get some facts to see who's... I'll give you some names.
Well, the most recent one to sign was Dak.
Yeah.
Is he the highest?
He is the highest.
At what?
Like $60 million a year.
Yeah, I mean... where does he end up?
Yeah.
I think he ends up as a 49er. But I don't...
No, I mean like...
list?
Yeah.
I'm going to say 5th.
fifth.
1 through 5.
Okay.
I think historically, if it's your turn, you get to lead the way.
All right, here's for 2024.
Carry over.
I'm confused as to what's going on here. Dak made 60. Trevor Lawrence is making 55. Jordan Love is making 55 on average. Tua is making 53.1. Jared Goff is number 5 at 53 million.
He's had more success from a team standpoint than 2 of the 5 or 4 you mentioned.
Trevor Lawrence, Jordan Love, Tua, and then you got Kirk Cousins.
Definitely more
Baker
than Kirk.
Mayfield. Baker Mayfield had better
I
than Brock
mean,
Purdy.
you know what? He's going to end up 2.
Really?
Number 2.
You think they're going to give him the money?
I don't think they have a choice.
I feel like Brock Purdy's a guy who would be like, just give me $1, guys.
I mean, if that's the case, they win.
No, he's not that guy. Nobody's that guy.
Chris?
You know why nobody's that guy? Because they all have agents, and agents aren't that guy.
Right.
Oh,
The agent can't get paid off of $1.
Chris, hold your thought. More Big Five on the other side.
Into the happy hour, we roll. Little carryover action. Chris Ello up on the mic. It is his turn to speak. I turn the show over to the Big Five host, Mr. Matthew Skraby.
Wow, that was brilliant.
I'm on it today.
Yeah, you are.
Quite an introduction.
I'm on it today.
You are. So, Chris, I was asking you about Brock Purdy and whether or not. Basically, my question is this: when it's all said and done, and he gets his new contract, where is he going to rank amongst the other quarterbacks in the league in regards to pay? Is he going to be number 1, number 3, number 10, number 50? What do you think he's going to get?
Number 50. No, that I can eliminate that one. Look, he's going to get a huge amount of money, and I think the answer to this question you kind of gave it to us in the last segment when you read off the list of the top 5 paid quarterbacks in football right now, because Dak Prescott and Tua and Jared Goff, and I can't. Who are the other? Yeah, Lawrence and
Jordan Love.
These guys. These are not the top 5 quarterbacks in the league.
No.
They're just the top 5 paid quarterbacks in the league. And the reason that is because every time somebody signs a new one, the price goes up. So I wouldn't even be surprised if Brock Purdy's number 1, to be honest with you. I mean, he leads one of the best teams in the league
when healthy.
When healthy, yeah. I mean, they're still one of the best franchises in football. I hate to say that, and I won't admit it in a court of law, as I've never asked.
Not this year, though. So
yeah, but I think he could end up number 1. I don't, he may not demand that, but I mean that's just how it works. I mean, Tua should not be 4th most.
No, he shouldn't.
Tua's nowhere even close to being the 4th best quarterback.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence shouldn't be near there.
Certainly not 2nd.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
That's just how it works.
The fact of the matter is, when it's your turn to get paid,
right,
you generally get it as a quarterback.
This 2024 season was the season they had to take advantage of Brock Purdy being cheap.
Yep, because he is no longer going to be cheap.
No, he's not. All right,
somebody's
2.
getting released off that team that's going to be a big name. You watch.
Well, you can start with the 2 wide receivers right there. Just lop those 2 off, and you'll be in better shape.
Devo and Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
No one's taking
a good place to start.
No one's taking Ayuk's contract. Let me tell you. Yeah. All right, Northern Illinois, the Huskies are going to join the Mountain West as a football-only member in 2026. The school and conference announced today. The athletic director said, "What a great opportunity for NIU athletics as we expand our horizons, adapt to this new national model of college athletics, and prepare to start a new chapter in the history of NIU football." In addition to NIU, the Mountain West is going to have Air Force, Hawaii, UNLV, Nevada, New Mexico, San Jose State, and Wyoming in 2026. Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, San Diego State, and Utah State announced they were leaving for the new look Pac-12 last year, as we all know. Chris, as currently constructed, which is the better conference? Mountain West or the new look Pac-12?
That's a loaded question. Are we talking football or basketball? Or
I think that's fair. We're talking football since this is a football topic.
Only?
Yes, football only.
Still going to be the Pac-12. The best team in there is Boise State. So everyone in the Pac-12 is going to aspire to keep up with Boise State. The Mountain West, I don't really know that there is a marquee football program there. I mean, who's good in the Mountain West in football? UNLV, is that the best you got? Honestly, I don't see anyone there. So, and the Pac-12 is clearly the better conference in basketball because you got the Aztecs and you got Gonzaga. So, but I will say this. Having said that and boosted the Pac-12 for a moment, I'm getting more and more concerned about this because all of these schools keep joining the Mountain West and the Pac-12 still needs a few more to become a legit league. So, every time I hear another team go to the Mountain West, I get a little more worried.
Yeah, but it's NIU. It's NIU.
No, I know. I'm not saying
I want.
It's not saying I want NIU. I'm just saying I want somebody for the Pac-12 because options are running out.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny you mentioned that, Chris. Before we got you on, we had Zeigler on, and he also made the point that the Pac-12 at this point, without good lawyers having done their thing yet, they're going to end up owing the Mountain West a boatload of money, somewhere up in the $50 million plus range. For they had a contract clause where they weren't allowed to poach. They did that. They'll have to pay the exit fees of the 4 teams they snatched, which is a high price. I think it was 18 million for.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Right. So all that's adding up, and so not only are you in a race to make your conference more relevant, you're also taking money out of their coffins. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you're right. I said the same thing to Mark. I'm a little fearful of what's happening, but he said that they're still looking at. He said some of those teams like Tulane, Memphis as a part of it, and I still think there's a piece of them. And I heard this from somebody, one of the coaches in the new Pac-12, that they're still holding out hope that Cal and Stanford want to mosey on back to the West Coast.
I just think you've got to think about that if you're Cal and Stanford. I know it's going to be a little egg on your face, but I cannot believe they're still flying their women's lacrosse team to Clemson for a game.
And not only that, Chris. Yeah. I mean, they're not even getting the same cut that the teams that were in the ACC are getting. Like, they're basically paying to be in that conference.
It's just utter stupidity by Cal and Stanford, and I hope that they'll understand that. So.
All right. If you're just tuning in, getting off work, we're going to talk about the latest with the Padres here in the next segment at around 5:20 or so, 5:15, 5:20. But we have to get to the first one.
Finally.
Oops, that was
really a little low energy. You want to give it again?
Well, it's on the same pot as the music, okay. So listen to what I have to do.
Number 1.
Turn up the music just to hit the number 1.
That's fine.
One of the most controversial uniform topics in the NFL is the Tennessee Titans wearing the Houston Oilers throwback uniforms. Teams started doing that in 2023 and wore them against they started in 2023. They wore them last Sunday in their season finale against the Texans. And Brock Vereen of CBS's That Other Pregame Show was not happy with the Titans for wearing Houston Oilers throwback uniforms. Here he is talking about it.
Try to remain neutral around here, but I'll be as frank as possible. I hope the Titans lose by 1,000 points today. The audacity, the goal to wear the Oilers uniforms representing the team that you decided to stop being, and wearing them versus the city you abandoned. This is like if an ex packed up and fled in the middle of the night, but still sent you a holiday card once a year. CJ Stroud, you may not be playing the whole game, but I speak for every Houstonian and every fan of sport with any decency, any couth when I say destroy them. Today we are all Texans.
So there you go. I love the Oilers uniforms. I honestly wish the Texans would become the Oilers again. But it's not up to me. Tony, is this in bad taste by the Texans by the Titans? I'm sorry.
No.
To wear the logo of the team that they used to be?
Listen, does Houston have a team now?
They do.
And what's the name of their team?
The Texans.
And so the Houston Oilers are no more. I mean, they are. They just are. They went along with the Titans that took their history with them.
Yeah.
So, I'd feel differently if Houston was still without a team and you are stealing what their only identity is. But, I love the Oilers uniforms too. I was an Oilers fan. Loved Warren Moon.
Oh, yeah. Warren Moon was great.
But yeah, no, I think this is another fake mad thing that somebody's.
Well, I think Brock Vereen is from the Houston area.
Yeah,
he's definitely playing it up for entertainment value, but I think he has somewhat of a point.
I don't think. Mr. Vereen, what's his name?
Brock Vereen.
Mr. Vereen, you have been dismissed.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. Chris, do you think this was in bad taste by the Titans?
I think it's in bad taste by the Gwynn and Chris show to give Brock Vereen number 1 story of the day.
For real.
I can't say I've heard of Mr. Vereen before, but
Who the hell cares what he has to say?
Right.
I mean, he had to be the only one who was mad about this.
No, I saw it. I saw it on the interwebs.
Yeah.
I saw people were very
But you saw the 3 people tweet about it?
No, you know that's more than 3 people that get on the train.
I'm sorry, 15.
I know you were going to go there. I thought you were going to say like 10 or something like that.
I like, look, I'm going to say the same thing Tony did. I like the old Oiler uniforms. I think it's a nice tribute to the past. And Earl Campbell was easily my favorite football player of all time. He always was. He always will be. So seeing those uniforms brought back some good, memories in that regard. I liked it. So, yeah, I could care less what this guy thought. Sorry. Hey, look, he would say the same thing if they were referring to something we said on our show.
That's
on
true.
The CBS, television network.
Somewhere
wherever he is.
Brock Vereen's ears are ringing.
Yeah, they're perking up.
They're perking up like someone is talking about my Oilers team. How did this happen? That's it for the Big Five. Thank you to everyone. Real quick, some updates. Chris, do you see Brent Rooker and the A's agreed on a 5-year, $60 million
Well, there
deal?
go the A's spending more money again.
Yep.
Good for them.
What else? You know what? Let's just get to break.
It's 5:12. You're good, dog. You don't need to stall any longer.
Let's just get to break because I do want to hear what Chris has to say about some of the stuff we talked about earlier, whether or not this lawsuit with the Padres and the situation is going to affect free agency, players choosing the team, Roki Sasaki, all of that. So, sorry, guys. I just kind of took it and ran with it. Traffic, and then all of that on the other side.
recapping the latest with the Padres. A couple of quick things. Lakers are in Dallas tonight. Good game, 38-37. Lakers are down a point, at least according to my scoreboard.
That is correct.
That is
all right,
real-time accurate, too.
Yeah.
Real-time accurate, 38-37 Dallas over the Lake Show. The big score of the night, though, is this college basketball game. Number 1 ranked Tennessee, the only undefeated team left in college basketball.
No longer.
They're not going to be undefeated after tonight unless they pull off an amazing comeback.
This is a
With
drubbing.
16 minutes to go, they are getting destroyed by number 8 Florida. It is 43-18. Now, Tennessee scored only 15 points, Tony, in the first half. They were 0 for 14 from 3. So what do they do in the second half? They come out, and their first shot is a 3, and they make it. Now they've taken 6 more, and they've missed all of those. So they are currently 1 for 21 from the arc. Yet, in watching this game, which I am here, while we're doing the show, it seems as if they have no other offense other than to just keep jacking these threes up.
Yeah, in 3 minutes and 50 seconds of play, they've scored approximately 3 points.
Right.
Hoisting up 3 after 3.
You've got to have something else you can go to if the threes aren't falling.
Right.
But it doesn't look like they have it. And they're the number 1 team in the nation.
You know what's interesting? College basketball is now following what we see in the NBA.
Yep.
Whereas the NFL is doing the opposite. They seem to be taking on more of what we see in college football offensively.
College is going to the NFL offense.
Exactly.
Right.
In the NBA, it's going the opposite way. And I don't know that that's a great thing for college basketball.
I don't think it's a great thing. And, Tony, I see it at the high school level, too.
Yeah.
Nobody ever shoots a long 2-point shot in a high school basketball game. Just the same way they don't in the NBA. It's the exact same.
Yeah.
Truly is.
Why would you work on your mid-range when you're being told threes and layups? Threes and layups.
Exactly. Yeah. All right. So you guys talked about this earlier today, and the Padres and where we all go from here and what the latest is. I mean, look, Justin Verlander signed with the Giants today, so there's another couple of Cy Young awards coming into the National League West. And I guess we're going to all find out in the next week or so, if Roki Sasaki becomes a Padre. And I think if he does, all is going to be forgiven by the fan base and the people who love this team. But as we talked about a little earlier, guys, if they don't get Roki Sasaki, it is going to be panic in the streets. And I think a whole bunch of stuff's going to come to the fore at that point.
I wonder if that is the domino that has to fall in order for trades to materialize. Meaning, if Sasaki signs with the Padres, are they still likely? Will they still be considering moving Arise? Will they still be considering moving Dylan Cease? I mean, honestly, I don't know. If you sign Sasaki, I don't know that you can necessarily. I mean, you can obviously do what you want, but moving Cease, unless you're getting pieces that are helping immediately, which certainly could be the case. That was literally the case when the Padres acquired Cease, when they acquired Arise, and those all came after offseason. So I don't know. I
think the opposite of you, Tony, honestly. I think if they get Sasaki, I think they'd be more likely to trade Cease and try to add the left fielder that they need, try to add, maybe a number 5 starter that they need. But I think if they don't get Sasaki, I think they'd almost have to keep Cease in order to have still a big 3 in the rotation.
I'm not saying that they would trade. I'm just saying, is that the domino that has to take place first before a decision is made?
I think it does. I think you've got to see where that goes before you decide how else you're going to proceed.
Yeah.
So I think that's a fair way of looking at, why the Padres are kind of in a wait and see spot right now.
I mean, because when you think about how Sasaki has been presented, it's a huge piece if you can get him. And so that that clearly would take off some of the pressure in terms of the rotation, because that's the biggest glaring need, I think, in this roster, right? With Joe not available for likely the entire 2025 season, you got to fill that spot. I mean, that ultimately is what really, we can look back at the 20-plus innings that they didn't do anything offensively, but how different is that series if they have a healthy Joe Musgrove, right? Cease is not going out on 3 days rest in both games ultimately.
In Game 4, yeah.
So
I think it's Sasaki. Well, he is. He's the big piece, and I think you've got to wait to see where that piece goes before you decide how to proceed from there. And so I think we're also all in a wait and see game with our fingers crossed. By the way, Roki Sasaki is how old?
23.
Skraby, I know you're not good at ages.
23.
23.
We talked about it earlier.
Okay, he's basically going to be asked to carry a franchise even though he doesn't have to. I mean, you've got Manny, you've got Fernando, you've got, Michael King, you've got Darvish, you've got all of these pieces. But if the Padres are not successful next year or in the early part of the season, it's going to all be blamed on the signing of Sasaki.
Oh, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
do know what you mean, unfortunately.
what an idiot move that was.
I have an update on this story. Matt,
on what story?
On the Padres lawsuit story.
Okay.
Matt Zeigler has released a statement, and so
this is separate from the team statement.
It says a letter from Matt Zeigler.
Okay.
I'm just going to read a couple things, and let's see. Shields here.
Are you going to?
Do you want me to read? The whole thing is very long.
I'm saying, are you going to put this up somewhere so
it's got to be up there? I don't want to put it up there in case I'm not allowed to, but
okay,
our
gotcha.
boss sent it to us, and so here we go. I guess I should read the whole thing, right?
I don't know how you're just going to read excerpts of it.
Whew, here we go, guys. Here we go.
By the way, Skraby, the movies you asked me to watch, I watched excerpts of all of them.
Okay.
So.
All right. A letter from Matt Zeigler. Dear Padres partners and faithful fans, the Padres franchise is an important part of the San Diego community. We are so grateful for your passionate support and are excited for the upcoming season. Our goal remains the same, to win San Diego's first World Series championship. I want to update you on an unfortunate development related to the designation of the Padres control person. Yesterday, I was deeply saddened to learn that Sheila Zeigler, the widow of my brother Peter Zeigler, filed suit in Texas alleging various wrongful acts in the management of Peter's estate and trust by me and my predecessor's trustee, Bob Zeigler. Shield's claims against Bob and me are entirely untrue, and we will vigorously defend ourselves against them. That said, the false accusations in her complaint will not distract the Padres organization from continuing its great momentum on and off the field in San Diego. Peter was truly one of a kind. I looked up to him my whole life. He was my brother, a trusted business partner, a close friend, and a father figure to me at times given our 19-year age gap. Some of my favorite childhood memories including going to baseball and hockey games with Peter, who always had a real love for competition, community, and fun associated with sports. In fact, Peter was my Little League baseball coach and drove me to our practices and games with the windows down and rock music blasting. Later in life, I was lucky to spend nearly my entire professional career working alongside Peter and seeing him act with integrity, thoughtfulness, and humility in every circumstance. Much of what I've learned in business and in life, I learned from Peter. In the 90s, oh my gosh, I didn't see this was like 7 pages long. I'm not kidding.
I think you're good.
Yeah.
I mean, you've given us a pretty good
I
gist
think the
of it.
first part was the most
That's
important.
what we needed.
Here's another one.
You can go through and get some more excerpts if you want.
While I categorically disagree with virtually every claim in Shields' complaint, there are two specific issues that warrant immediate response. The first involves allegations against the Zeigler family, particularly in regard to messages with inappropriate language from one sister-in-law who has never had any involvement in Peter's trust or the Padres. Shield is well aware that this individual faces difficult personal health challenges, and most importantly, that the hurtful language does not at all reflect the thoughts of feelings of any other family member. My siblings and I have also loved and supported Peter and Shield's family all throughout their 15-year marriage. I'll go on to the next one. Shield also inexplicably suggests in her complaint that relocating the team is under consideration. This is completely false. It is also laughable. The San Diego fans are the best in baseball, and Petco Park is the best ballpark in MLB. In bold and underline, this is the last thing I'll say. To clarify the record without ambiguity.
There you go.
To clarify the record
Good
without
job, Skrabe. You got it like on the fourth try.
ambiguity. I've been doing a lot of reading here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Relocating the Padres from San Diego has never been discussed or contemplated.
Okay, so I think the biggest takeaway outside of this whole situation just kind of being sad, like when you think about it from from an outsider view, like this is probably everybody's worst nightmare who's all involved, right? But the second part of that is the part we touched on earlier, that the rumor mill had started taking off in terms of the Padres taking off from the city. Seems like that is not, as we said, even in the thought of anybody.
We squashed that ourselves
Yeah.
even before he said that, but I'm glad to hear him, say that or write
sure.
that. I think it makes everybody feel a little better.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
I just it's
a he said. This is an all-time he said, she said, and this is why we have courts to sort these things out. Unfortunately, because one thing guess I will make is I don't think the two sides are going to come to any kind of agreement like in the next week or so.
Oh no, certainly.
You know what I mean?
We can all pray for that to happen.
Right, sure.
That it does happen in the next week. But
I would suggest people go and read all of the statements back to back to back and form your own opinion. Like, don't listen to what people are saying in the media. Like, no one knows. That's why we're not speculating. That's
an important part, that no matter what is being, because we live in a world now where people can literally make up whatever they want and it gets believed.
And I'll fall for it.
Everybody does. Yeah. And so I think it's important to know.
You're the reason that people make stuff up, Skrabe.
Yes.
It's important to remember that no one knows anything. That's it. And so unfortunately we got to sit on our hands and kind of let this thing play out. And it's just, it's tough to see this happening right now.
Agreed.
It's very
All right, we got to take a break because Skraby's got to get his butt kicked in the Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
That's how you're going to do it? Really?
It's coming up next on Gwynn and Chris.
No better way to kick off 2025 than with a Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show. Yeah, looking forward to this.
Yep.
New year, new you.
Yeah. I think I won the last one. Or did you reclaim the crown?
I feel like I reclaimed the crown.
Chris, do you remember?
Something, Skraby, if you started off 1-0?
I don't think he has.
I don't think that would ever happen.
I hope not.
It could
happen today.
Today might be the day.
I'm ready.
All right.
Let's go.
Let's check some traffic, and then Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show.
From the 855 Get Ross Traffic Center, protecting San Diego after accidents or injury, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Jack in the Box. Several things that might slow you down a bit. Southbound side of the 5 before Seaville Drive. Collision has been moved over the right shoulder. Also, a hit-and-run crash reported on southbound 805 before Palm Avenue. Everything's over the right shoulder. And Santee, collision on the Riverford Road on-ramp to southbound 67. Don't like to be told what to eat and when? Then let me introduce you to the $6 all-day big deal meal at Jack in the Box. No matter the hour, you get to choose from 4 entrees and 5 tasty sides, plus a drink. So do you and get a burger, fried, and hash brown in the AM at Jack. Every bite's a big deal. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
Hey, all you beautiful people out there, it's time to play one of our favorite games of the week.
All right!
We like to call it...
Ooh, I'm going to go.
Chris's Fantabulous Sports Game Show! And it starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, we're going to get right to it. Tony versus Skraby. You can play along out there. Today's category, I'll give it to you in a minute. Guys, there are 24 correct answers. 24. So you're going to want to get to 13 to win or 3 strikes and you're out. And here's the category today. Pro Bowl rosters for 2024.
Oh, man.
Actually, for 2025. But for the season that just was completed. Now, I'm only giving you quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, and tight ends. So you're going to have to come up with like a guard or a defensive tackle or anybody like that. But there are 3 quarterbacks in each conference. There are 3 running backs in each conference. There are 4 wide receivers in each conference and 2 tight ends in each conference. So there's a total of 24 players that you're trying to get. And one last thing before you start. A fullback like Kyle Juszczyk of the 49ers is not correct. You're looking for running backs, not fullbacks.
Okay.
All right, Skraby, why don't you start it off since you always like to go
This
first.
is going to be tough. This is...
Pro Bowlers.
I literally
There was a
did
time
not
where I
even...
knew who Pro Bowlers were. Now I
No, I didn't even click on the article
Yeah.
because I didn't care. And I should have cared. George Kittle.
George Kittle is a Pro Bowler for the NFC tight end. Correct, Skraby. Tony.
Action Jackson Lamar. Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is a quarterback for the AFC, correct. All right, 1-1. Skrabe.
Baker Mayfield?
Baker Mayfield. That's going to be the first strike of the game. It's not a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Guy throws one of 3 quarterbacks to throw for 40 touchdowns. Not
He's
a Pro
all
Bowler.
upset now.
Not a Pro Bowler.
Sorry.
He's mad at the selection committee out
really
there right
good,
now.
but not good enough.
Baker's not a Pro Bowler this year. Tony for the lead.
Saquon.
No! Saquon Barkley. That is correct. He is a running back for the NFC. 2-1. Skraby, you're down 1 now.
Oh.
Quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends that are Pro Bowlers this year.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. That would be crazy if he didn't make it.
Yes, it would.
He's on. Josh Allen is right.
Getting scared there for a
I know.
second.
I knew where he was going with that.
All right, 2-2. Tony.
How
who do you
about
have?
former USC Trojan Sam Darnold?
Sam Darnold did make the Pro Bowl this year.
You've got to be kidding me. Baker Mayfield throws for over 40 touchdowns, and Sam Darnold is one of the 3. Okay, I get it.
49ers gave up on him, Skrabe.
On Sam Darnold? No, he was just a
Yeah.
backup.
Gave up on him.
Gave up on him. All right, you're up, Skrabe.
Mr. Shanahan didn't see that one. Yankees win. I thought that's what you were doing.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, I'm so bad at this.
This is really easy right
it's
now.
It's not.
Ain't nobody been named yet. Just name a really good player in the league.
I'm blanking on every player.
Wow.
Do you not play fantasy sports, Skraby? Do you not know the guys?
He clearly does because he tells us all the time.
Yes. I mean, come on. These are the guys that are getting these spots. The guys that score a lot of points.
I may be ending this game early.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go.
What about Travis Kelce?
Yes, he made it. I don't know why.
You.
I think
How did he make it?
I think they were just throwing him a bone, honestly. But that's correct. So it's 3-3. Tony.
Joe Burrow.
Joe Burrow. Okay, you guys can cross out AFC quarterbacks. You've used all of those. Joe Burrow is right. 4-3. Skraby.
If this guy's not on the list,
you're going to cry.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Okay.
Show's over.
My guy, Jamar Chase.
Why did it take you so long to think of him?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
So weird.
I should.
He had this dude on your team for like 5 straight years.
Remember, he didn't do much for me, so.
Right. Jamar Chase is correct, yes.
I think I said that, and then he had a 250-yard, 3-touchdown game like
I'm pretty
the next
sure
day.
that's accurate.
The next day.
All right, 4-4. Tony, we got still got a little ways to go. We got to hustle just a tad.
I believe the young stud in Washington, Jaden Daniels, is a Pro Bowler.
Jaden Daniels made the Pro Bowl. That's correct. I was a little surprised by that, but he made it. Good start for his career. All right, Skraby down 5-4 with 1 strike.
I mean, Jared Goff?
Golfer. Jared Goff. Yes, he made it. And you can cross off all quarterbacks now.
All quarterbacks are gone.
You guys have named all the quarterbacks that are in the Pro Bowl this year, so do not
Patrick
guess
Mahomes,
a quarterback.
I knew did not make it.
I know, because you were looking to hate on him, weren't you?
Yeah, I was like, ha-ha. Travis Kelce made it. You didn't, bro.
How about...
All right,
5-5. How about the dude that probably no one wants to tackle? Derrick Henry.
Derrick Henry, he's on the Pro Bowl squad. He runs so hard you don't even want to try to pull his flag.
No, you don't.
Flag game might get hurt.
He's the type of dude that could break your forearm if you don't hit the right part of his
pull
body.
The flag correctly. Scrape.
I'm really
you guys
thinking,
are doing pretty well. 13 left.
Is it Christian McCaffrey? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
It's someone
I don't know, Jim.
I don't know, Jim. This is someone I am desperate for in a fantasy league next year, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Gibbs is correct. He made the Pro Bowl for the Lions. All right, good, Scrape. 6-6, 1 strike on Skraby. Tony, you guys are halfway home.
Pretty sure I saw this one as well. He dropped a touchdown just before entering the end zone, but had a good year overall. Bounce back year, because I had him in my fantasy last year, and he sucked. Jonathan Taylor.
Jonathan Taylor made it. I think he should have been eliminated for dropping the ball, but they didn't eliminate him for that. And he cost a lot of people fantasy games and playoffs and stuff like that.
He did.
All right, Scrape, you're up. There's some unbelievably good players left here that you haven't named yet. Pro Bowlers, no quarterbacks are left. You need running back, wide receiver, or tight ends are still available.
Ooh, I just thought of one.
Ooh, I'm going to go. Skraby has 1 strike. He might soon have another one. Wait, what was that noise you just made?
That's my mouth. I want to say a name, but I'm not going to say that.
Say it.
No.
Don't be scared.
Well, you're just cutting into your own show.
I know.
Yeah, you are.
All right, I'm going to say the one I thought, but I don't know. Jonnu Smith?
Jonnu Smith, the Dolphins.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Jonnu Smith spoke to reporters after the Pro Bowl and lambasted the people because the Dolphins didn't have a single Pro Bowler this year. So that is incorrect.
Strike number 2.
Strike 2. 1 more to go, Strayed. You're on the doorstep. Tony.
How about Mr. Bowers setting the rookie catching?
That's a good one.
That's
a good
one.
one.
Rookie catch
record.
Whatever Blake.
Yeah.
Is it Blake Bowers?
Brock.
Yes. The AFC tight ends are now taken. You got them both, Bowers and Kelce. Tony, Skraby, you're on the doorstep. You got to get a correct answer. There's four NFC wide receivers. If you can't name one NFC wide receiver who's on the Pro Bowl team, you're the worst player I've ever seen. Come on.
Fair enough.
Larry's gonna kill you.
Justin Jefferson.
Thank you, Skraby.
Jetus.
Very good. Thank you. Jefferson is one of them. All right. The score is Tony 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Skraby 7.
Let's stay in the NFC. This dude is probably the only highlight for this team all year. CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb made it. CeeDee Lamb made it. That's correct. 9-7, Tony. Skraby, down to your final strike. You got NFC running backs. You got an AFC running back. You have some NFC wide receivers and AFC wide receivers.
I just thought of one.
You also have one NFC tight end left.
Thought of
One NFC tight end left.
You're going to try to come up with that instead of one of the many wide receivers that are left?
How many? 4 NFC wide receivers left?
No, there's 2 now.
Oh,
You guys just named 2 of them.
All right. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra!
Good job, Scrape. You stayed alive. 9-8.
Good job, Scrape.
Tony,
Thanks.
who you got?
How about my former fantasy guy? And the only reason why I didn't pick him because he decided to sign with Green Bay. I cannot watch or root for Green Bay Packers.
You don't like them, huh?
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs made it. That's
He was
correct.
very good this year.
You're done out of NFC running backs now.
All right, Scrape, go ahead and give it up, dude.
You have one. You have one AFC running back. You have one NFC receiver.
Oh, I know who the NFC receiver is.
I know the AFC
You have
running back.
3 AFC receivers and 1 NFC tight end. That's who's left. Scraby, to stay alive.
Malik Neighbors.
Malik Neighbors as the other NFC receiver. The game is over. He did not make the Pro Bowl.
He said that with such confidence.
And the AI is working because it's followed him over to the corner. Because I can see the look on his face right now.
Yes.
Guess what, guys? My heart rate is at 97 right now.
97.
My resting is
went
like
up
73.
20, yeah, it went up 20 beats per minute.
You know, that's ridiculous because Malik Neighbors
had a good year.
A good year.
Not a Pro
He didn't
Bowl
have a better
though.
year than the guy who beat him out, I don't think. All right, here are the ones you missed.
You got
Tony
any
is
more,
the champ.
I just had Joe Mixon as the other.
Joe Mixon was correct. All right, here are the ones you missed, guys. The one NFC wide receiver was Terry McLaurin.
I didn't
I
know.
would've got that
I
one.
didn't know. I thought about him, but didn't know.
The 3 AFC wide receivers are Nico Collins,
He barely played this year.
Wouldn't have got
Jerry Jeudy,
That's another terrible choice.
and Zay Flowers.
I mean, Zay Flowers is fine. Whatever.
All right, and the NFC tight end you missed caught exactly 1 touchdown pass this year.
Trey McBride. I
yeah.
thought about him too, but since he
wouldn't
didn't
have got
score
that one either.
touchdowns and he's an Arizona Cardinal.
All right, you guys did pretty well. Those are the 5 you missed. Tony wins to start off the season as we expected with a victory. Where's the celebration music, Scrape?
Oh, I
Come on.
deleted it last year.
Yeah, go on, just go ahead and play it. You might have to get some new celebration music.
Oh, even Chris is doing the salsa with you this time.
When you walked over to the corner of the room,
And
the
the
look
camera-
on your face was
The
incredible.
best
I
part
gotta
was the
tell you.
camera following him
I
as he was
know.
going over.
I did see it following me. At least I didn't throw my notebook again.
You wanted to. You almost did. You almost did there, sir.
All right. That gives us a minute.
Sorry.
All right. It gives us a minute to update this college basketball game, guys, because it's.
I don't even care anymore, Chris.
I know you don't. I'm talking to Tony. It's one of the strangest scores I've seen in a college basketball game in over 50 years.
Wow.
The number 1 team in the nation is losing 60-28 with 7 minutes to go. If Tennessee loses by 25 or more, which I think they're going to do, it'll be the first time since 1968 that a number 1 team has lost by this much in college basketball. An incredible game down in Florida. And while we have another minute, I know the Aztecs play Air Force tomorrow. Should we just take at least one more second in college basketball to appreciate what Brian Dutcher is able to do every single year with all of the guys coming and going? They just did a big thing on ESPN about the Auburn game, which is next. And one of the leaders of Auburn this year, of course, is Chad Baker Mazzara, who was an Aztec. And we see, guys leaving this program. They're going elsewhere. They're doing things. And yet Brian Dutcher continues to fortify with less resources than a lot of the other schools. And he's still able to do this and give us a top 25 type team. So Brian Dutcher, man, hats off to you, and good luck to the Aztecs tomorrow night against Air Force.
Dutch doing a phenomenal job, as always.
Again, yes.
I'm trying to remember who the young kid that left San Diego State. I don't think he left due to, transfer.
Lamont Butler?
No, the kid that he just mentioned.
Yes, Lamont Butler's with Kentucky, Mazzara's with Auburn.
Mazzara. He left, I think, something happened. I think grade-wise, he ended up having to change schools. But to your point, and this is a point I brought up to Mark earlier, him doing this with this particular team, with the freshmen that are coming in, we hadn't seen anything. It mainly had been transfers and guys who had been in the program, but now you start sprinkling in some freshmen that are doing work. That's how you program. I mean, I don't know how many more levels this program can go up. Quite frankly, they're right on the doorstep of being one of the premier.
Yeah, they absolutely
schools in the nation.
They absolutely are, and they're doing it again this year. I know the rankings are overlooking them again. That's fine.
Per usual.
They have 2 quad 1 wins, both on the road. I mean, there aren't teams who do that, but they're doing it again. All right, who's saying goodnight? Skraby, I think in the wake of your defeat, you ought to promote your own show coming up.
Yeah, get yourself ready.
Bah humbug. Don't say Merry Christmas to me, okay? Tonight, we'll obviously talk about the new developments with the Padres, and I am going to take a little time to praise Travarius Ward because he deserves it, and I'm going to play some audio from him. He went through something really tough, and I think he needs a pat on the back for what he said. So that's coming up next.
Stay tuned. Skraby Chronicles follows.